Bon fucking sure. Hello, everyone. Hello, Blurry Squire, Mambo Jr., and the Ninja the Fish. What is up? Hello. Okay. I don't have a sore throat, just a weird feeling, but I hope I can get through this. Just feels a little weird. However, unlike the beginning of yesterday's stream, I got coffee. And it's a little less watery than yesterday's. I was working off of scraps when I made that coffee. I was running out. Now I have more. So, hopefully this one is better. It's supposed to be especially special coffee for cold brew, so I guess we'll see. I haven't tried it yet. I was waiting to do a coffee-only mukbang. That's the plan for today. We're not doing any coding, anything like that. We're just drinking coffee, and we're gonna see what it's like. It's like a tiny little glass too, so. It's perfect for cold brew. Absolutely. Absolutely perfect for cold brew. I'm glad, because I have like half a kilo of that, so. Well, okay, that's it. I did what I was supposed to do. Thank you so much, everybody. Bye-bye. Now, okay. Actually, I have a lot to do today. Today we're doing Lisp interpreter, possibly new code editor. Well, not new code editor, but I am reworking my code editor, because Emacs has opened my eyes, but at the same time, they didn't necessarily like what they saw, right? I definitely learned a few things from Emacs. However, I might as well use this damn thing. Actually, I was watching a video on Emacs, and guy was talking about org mode, which is specifically for note taking. What do you mean, ew coffee? Ew? I was gonna say ew coffee is good. No, coffee is good. Also wakes you up. Do I need to download this thing? No, I should be able to just install it, right? What's Elpa? That's not the package manager I'm using. Well, is it? I'm using Melpa. Is Melpa and Elpa the same thing? I think it is. Alright, so I should be able to install this thing using some command that I don't remember. Do you see why I don't like Emacs? Do we see why I don't like Emacs? I'm not using it every day, every second of my life, so I am struggling with remembering commands and keystrokes because they're non-standard and they're very specific to what you're trying to do, and you have to remember all of them, and there's no... Let me put it this way. Let's talk a little bit about... Since I am making a code editor, let's talk a little bit about interface design. And I don't mean graphical user interface, I mean just in general how a user is going to interact with your program. Key bindings, shortcuts are very, very useful. If a program is completely usable from the keyboard, it can be very fast to use. However, I believe it was around the 1970s, Xerox PARC created this ugly ass device. Well, they created this user interface. Is this the prototype? I hope this is the prototype. This is not a commercial product. There's no way this is a commercial product. Also, was it at Xerox PARC? They invented the user interface, then Apple popularized it. Very common thing for Apple to do. Take something niche, perfect it, and popularize it. But about the mouse, Douglas Engelbart in 1964, so even earlier than I said, and he was part of Stanford Research Institute. Okay, so as a research product, 1964, almost as old as Lisp, this guy Douglas decided, hey, you know what would be cool? Pointing and clicking on the computer. Since then, we have this device that is great for interacting with generic interfaces on our computer. I don't need to memorize commands, I don't need to memorize shortcuts. If I want a shortcut, I learn it. If I forgot what the shortcut is, I don't need to learn it, there's a visual way for me to do what I need to do. Now, Emacs is one of the best code editors when it comes to this, of the spiritually terminal based, because it's not really terminal based. It's very much just running its own window, but it's spiritually terminal based. It's one of the best ones in the sense that it does give you some menus up here. If you don't remember the exact keystroke that you're looking for, you can find it here. However, it's not complete. I can't fully navigate the program through these menus here, I believe. And that means I have to learn commands. Which means if I'm new to your program, I have to read some podcast manual, or I can look it up online and people will tell me, you should be reading the manual. And just to be clear, I understand this is software for developers. This is software for people who don't just use the computer on a surface level, they use the computer on a more in-depth level. They program the computer, that's literally the entire point. However, I always do say, I am shocked by the difference in software that programmers use versus the software that they make. that is probably not a good thing. If we're using software that isn't user-friendly, how can we make software that is user-friendly? We don't really know what user-friendly is. We end up making these completely ridiculous interfaces for our software that make no goddamn sense, are not intuitive in the slightest. That's a problem. And then we gatekeep. If anyone thinks, hey, this is not user-friendly, well, you need to read the manual. This is not for everybody. Maybe this is just not for you. You are a normie. Use VS Code. Alright. Rant about user interfaces over. Anyway, Lisp has something called an org mode, and I can install it with Melpa. I just need to remember how to install things with this thing. Of course, the first thing they give me is code. Package install. That's how you do it. And the package I want to install is org mode. So remind me, I was thinking it'd be interesting to implement a draw in tablet screenless driver as a main input method. I've thought about that 100%. Also, there is an app wrapper around QEMU called I think I have it installed. UTM on Mac, and I found out that it runs on iPad too. So I've wondered the same thing myself. Also, my mouse driver doesn't really work with trackpads. So I'll need to add trackpad support because like, I really struggle to use my own OS on my laptop because of it. Like I can't do this. Why did you do that? I can't do this. This. Because it's done with middle mouse button, and I don't have a middle mouse button. And no way to emulate a middle mouse button. So I'll need to adapt it. I'll see how to do that at some point or another. Probably should have gone around to it a lot sooner, but whatever. Malpa sounds like a disease. That's ligma. That is ligma. Anyway, org modern installed. Well, I told you to install org mode. I thought I told you to install org mode. I'm not sure. Fuck is all this? Man. Why did you actually install? Do I have an org mode now? Looks like it? I do. Okay. So it did install it. Anyway. Little detour to finally be able to write what I was trying to write in the first place. So yeah, Lisp Interpreter is one thing, and second thing is Code Editor. I'm excited to do both of these things because you can see my problems with Emacs. They're very, very obvious, and I feel like somebody was telling me, oh, it took me 2 years to get used to Emacs, for it to feel like home. That doesn't sound like a U issue, that sounds like an Emacs issue, that sounds like a GNU issue. It's ridiculous. Why are we still making software that works like this? even though we are programmers and we are power users of the computer and we know how to do certain things that maybe the average person doesn't know how to do, doesn't change the fact that we are users and we can benefit from user friendliness. Also, if you want to make your workflow completely keyboard based, you want to make your program completely interactable through the keyboard, which I do, by the way, you can. No one's preventing you from doing that. The problem is that it's limited only to working with commands, which are an unintuitive, difficult to use interface for talking to the computer, which is why user interfaces have taken over. You can have a user interface that also allows you to control it with the keyboard. But if you have keyboard only, you're missing out. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Genuinely, what are you doing? And again, if this is the software that we use, imagine the software that we make. It's gonna be just about as unintuitive and about as shitty as the software that we're used to. So, that is that. Anyway, for Lisp interpreter, I do have some changes that I made. No, I don't think I pulled. There's nothing to pull. I made them on here. Okay. So, I mentioned how my compiler infrastructure is really not that relevant, and I'm not fully done with that. But how the compiler infrastructure uses this flow for compiled languages and this one for interpreted languages, but this and this and this and this are equivalent to each other. So I'm in the process of simplifying this whole thing. We're not there yet. But yeah, it's just a little, not super relevant right now, but it will be relevant once I do a little bit of that doesn't work. No, not yet. Still haven't figured out how to do that properly. Will be useful for using Lisp to metaprogram in another language, compiled by the same thing, because then the compiler intermediate representation that can be evaluated and the Lisp interpreter are powered by the same thing, so we can do metaprogramming in Lisp, which I'm very excited about, because metaprogramming, I like it. In C though, it can be very limited. Another thing, I've officially cleaned up the code. Where I left it with Lisp was a little bit meh, not amazing. Now it's doing a lot better. We have S expressions and atoms as two different elements of the syntax of the language, like that the compiler understands them and knows how to work with them. So they're part of the intermediate representation of the language. Right now, atoms are called Lisp vals. I should probably have called them atoms. I'm not sure why I didn't. Whatever. Again, and a rename that is irrelevant right now. But we do have the interpreter for this thing, where I've half implemented the apply function that powers Lisp, and half implemented the eval function that also powers Lisp. Both of them are the fundamental functions of Lisp. Both of them call each other constantly. So, you know, recursion is kind of very important to Lisp. And yeah, implementing these functions will essentially implement the Lisp interpreter. I've cleaned up the code from the kind of awkward way that I was doing these things Wednesday when I last did it. So today I want to work on it a little bit more. And then I want to see, can we make a code editor that is less annoying? I already have a code editor, but it needs work. I was looking into it earlier before the stream to make sure that at least what I have works well, and it mostly does. Few glitches, few things that don't work exactly like they should, but we're good to move on to working on more stuff. This is where I do want to take inspiration from Emacs. One thing that I really like about Emacs is that it is just a text editor, and everything in Emacs can be thought of as just text buffers. Not really, because there are images, like you can see here, but the fundamental way that everything works in Emacs, everything is just a text buffer, and so by doing text operations, you can work with whatever tools you're using. And, you know, having this common interface of everything is text is very useful for an interface like this. I say Emacs is what the terminal should have been. You know, it allows you to work with multiple text buffers. It works with text. The terminal also works with text. Everything in the terminal is just text. All of it. Even if you do something like, I don't think I have this installed anymore. I don't have lazy git installed anymore, but if I run GDB and I do TUI enable, this is like kind of very basic user interface, a TUI terminal user interface. For GDB, the first program I could think of that has one, it's just text. Everything is just text. Now, granted, they also have like Unicode complex stuff, so they're able to render a lot more, and Unicode is kind of crazy in the amount of stuff that it's able to render, so that helps a lot. But at the end of the day, that's what it is. It's all just text. And so it is in Emacs, but Emacs has a lot more, well, it has the concept of like multiple buffers that you can have open. You can have, you know, like that, or like that. You can open multiple buffers, you can work on them. You can have them interact in different ways, like programs that you run, like plugins or whatever, which I think I call like minor mode programs. Don't mind me. Are able to interact on the text buffers. They're even able to do things like you can combine them in interesting ways, all because everything is text-based. So this common interface for how the program works, I really like it. I really like the ability to work with multiple things. That's kind of what I want to build. Code editor, text editor, terminal. While why Lisp? Because it's the language of the gods. It is the perfect programming language. Lisp is the perfect programming language. What can I say? It is beautiful. It is amazing. It is perfect. It is a perfect programming language. Actually, I was saying yesterday, I think, how funny it is that a lot of things that other programming languages do, modern programming languages that they've just recently started adding, Lisp has had since the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s. Things that are now being added in 2010, 2010s onwards to 2020s. Lambdas, super popular as of last decade and now. Fundamental building block of Emacs, not Emacs, of Lisp. Although Emacs is Lisp based, so also, but that's not what I meant. Because it's interpreted, C needs forward declarations because it has a single pass compiler. Lisp does not have that problem. Macros, metaprogramming, C needs an entire preprocessor. Other languages are just now starting to add, oh, you know, you can metaprogram in the same language. I think Jai, where did that pronunciation come from? Jai, it's a closed beta, so I don't have access to it. I couldn't tell you exactly what metaprogramming in Jai is like, but I've heard you can metaprogram Jai in Jai. Maybe Odin also? Or maybe only one of those. Oh, I'm making a damn thing up. I don't fucking know. Jai, Zig, and Nim. Zig is another one. No metaprogramming for Odin? Right, so Jai, Zig, and Nim. Okay, you can metaprogram in the same language. Zig has a build system in the same language. You know who has a build system in Lisp? Me. I made it in like 2 days. You know how you can metaprogram in Lisp? In Lisp. Now, the cool thing about it is all of this is because it is an interpreted language. Ginger Bill has a whole article on why you don't need it. Can you link it? That's interesting. Thank you. You either linked it really, really quickly, or you were already linking it by the time I asked for it. How can it be perfect without static typing? It's an interpreted language. Don't really need static typing. It doesn't have those things, okay? It doesn't have memory safety, it doesn't have type safety. Oh no, you're gonna have to write code in a responsible manner. Ah! The computer, it moved. Do I think that Rust is for people who keep a shotgun next to their computer in case it does something a little bit shady, they shoot it? Yes. You gotta sacrifice safety and get your hands dirty. It's fine. It's fine to write code that crashes. For that matter, all the BS that Rust makes you put up with only solves memory issues, which are, sure, a big issue, but like much smaller than the rest of issues. You still have logical bugs to deal with, you still have other things to deal with, you have a lot of BS and the language adds on top of it. It's really not worth it. The trade-off is not worth it. Rust is done for, its ecosystem is extremely slopified? Really? I don't care. I don't care enough to find out if that's true or not. Hello, Dulce. Also, no, I've not fully switched to Emacs. I was just dragging this thing through the mud. I fucking hate it. New code editor means that I'm making a new code editor, not that I'm using a new code editor. Just making that clear. Gradual typing in my Lisp. That's true. You can have static typing in Lisp. You can add those features to the language. You want to add static typing, you add static typing. You can add all those things. It is the perfect programming language. There are, if I'm not mistaken, also Lisps that can become compiled. It is a perfect programming. I swear to God, it is the perfect programming language. Okay, metaprogramming dilemma for Ginger Bill. I did not know this guy has been building Odin since 2016. God damn. Designing this language has been difficult but fun. Two of the original goals of this language were simplicity and metaprogramming. But these together could be an oxymoron. Yeah, you got a point, yeah. Metaprogramming is an art of writing programs to treat other programs as their data. You see? Treating code as data. That's the art of metaprogramming. Code and data are pretty much the same thing in Lisp. That's why it's perfect for metaprogramming. A program could generate, read, analyze, and transform code, or even itself, to achieve a certain solution. They can do introspection, compile time execution, template programming, macros, or parametric polymorphism, generics, if you will. All right. Many languages have metaprogramming functionality. See, we can make this text a little bit bigger. Many languages have metaprogramming function. Well, I am covering part of it, but whatever. Let me read it like this. C has textual macros. I have to say I like C macros. I like metaprogramming. I don't like C macros anymore. I've reached the limits very, very quickly. Because they don't really execute any code. They just copy and paste. That's nice in a lot of cases, but it's limiting in a lot of other cases. C++ has textual macros, functional templating language, and a rudimentary introspection. Nim has all of the above. Go has external textual templates and macros. Each have the advantages and disadvantages. Introspection is already part of the language, and its functionality I think is necessary in a modern language. It is needed to have something like type save printf. Fair. I wanted to do a better printf. It's not super easy to do in C. Not exactly the easiest thing to do. Serializing data, also not exactly the easiest thing to do. And with a little bit of, introspection, with a little bit of metaprogramming, they can become doable. However, introspection does require extra memory to be stored for this type information. Reflection is only appropriate for object-oriented programming language, which this language is not. Well, if you have types, you can technically reflect, but it doesn't. Okay, I see his point. Compile time execution is an idea that I've been pondering for a while. It's already part of John Blow's language Jai. Jai has also been around since 2016. I did not know that. I know it's been around for a long time. I didn't know exactly how long. At least 10 years then. It would be a stage of the compiler which runs any Odin code the user requests before the creation of an executable. The data modified and generated by this stage will be used as the initialization data of the compiled code. I have come to the conclusion that the CTE stage would be required to run through an interpreter to achieve the results needed. Pretty much you would need to, interpret it because you're executing it. Either that or you can do some bullshit with files, I guess. I don't know. I guess you could do it as an actual program, but you would need to actually run it as a separate program, and then it would need to work externally. I feel like, yeah, interpreting is probably the best way to go about this. Maybe there's something else I'm not thinking of, but whatever. The data modified and generated at this stage will be used by as the initialization data for the compiled code. I've come to the conclusion that the CTE stage would be... Oh, I already read this part, okay. However, there are a few problems with CTE at this stage. Pointers will point to invalid memory addresses. Fair. Aren't you generating code, though? Well, no, it's compile time execution. Doesn't necessarily mean you're generating code. You're just running something. The memory space of the interpreter is completely different to the memory space of the executable, I believe. Numerous types are stored with pointers internally, and these values would be invalid at runtime. Due to this powerful feature becomes extremely delicate. He's got a point. Templates can be thought of as subsets of macros. They are usually simple substitution mechanisms that operate on the abstract syntax tree. Macros, on the other hand, could be a simple text substitution system. Pretty much. Templates are just more powerful, but it's just copy and paste, like I said before, for C. Or even AST modification and generation tool, like Lisp or Nim do. That is pretty much what Lisp is doing. Templates could even be an entire language built into the language, like C++'s templates, which I've heard a lot of people complain about. Then we got parametric polymorphism, or generics, which is a very generic name too. I think it gets the job done more than parametric polymorphism, but okay. Is the ability to duplicate certain snippets of code that have similar structure but different types and names and etc. A basic example is a generic sorting function which accepts an array of any kind and a sorting function for that specific kind. In a language such as C, this would be achieved through code duplication, copy and paste macros, or through void pointers to remove any type information. I've done both of those, yes. The former method can become cumbersome and prone to mistakes, while the latter removes a lot of type safety and prevents compiler optimizations. Also, yes. In a language that does generics, this problem can be solved. However, the problem hand is really a generic problem, and genericizing the problem doesn't actually solve the original problem. Generics can be emulated through the use of templates and macros, which means that it may not be needed to be a built-in feature of the language. While I agree with that, last point. It's not really necessary to have it as its own different thing. I have no idea what he's trying to say with this sentence. I feel like it's just a little bit of coping, a little bit like convincing himself with that. This now brings me to the dilemma. How far do I want to go with the metaprogramming in this language? How far can I go whilst keeping Odin a simple language? Or is the very definition of metaprogramming not simple? Or should a metaprogramming be left to an external standardized tool like Go Generate? He's got a point. He's got a point. He's got a point. He's got a point. Hey, that was interesting. Funny that we don't have an answer to it. But not in this anyway. But he's got a point. However, I do like metaprogramming, and I don't mind keeping a language simple. It's not a thing that I'm interested in doing. I want a language that is powerful. Again, I don't care if the language gets a little bit complex. And I don't care if the language gets a little bit unsafe and you have to, oh my god, you don't have, you have to be careful. But I don't like having to ask permission to the compiler to access memory, to do things that I know exactly how they work. If it crashes, it crashes. It's fine, I'll fix the crash. I'm not working at fucking Cloudflare. I'm not gonna take down half the internet with a crash. It's fine. Cloudflare, on the other hand, took down the entire internet with a Rust crash. Although it was unsafe, but what's the point of using Rust if you're just gonna make everything unsafe? With that being said, I just want to point out the classic. I made a I can't indent. You piece of shit. Let me indent. The classic. I made an operating system in Rust. Classic. I just learned how to do this too, by the way. Hello, Best Creeper. If we were alright writing unsafe code for 70 years, I think I'm alright writing high-level macro. Yeah. You're good. You're good. Anyway, learn how to do that, but let me indent my shit. The love of God was that? Alright, Control Z does not work. You have to do Control X U. Do you see my problem with Lisp? With Emacs? It's so unintuitive. Even once I think I know the commands, I don't know the commands. Undo is Control X and then U. I did Control X, Control U, so that's why that shit opened. You have typed Command X, Command U. Oh my god, you have typed? Go fuck yourself. And now nothing is working anymore. Okay. That closed finally. You have to press it every single time, don't you? What in the name of fuck are you doing, Emacs? Genuinely making no sense here. Anyway, go figure with this editor. We're making our own thing. However, do I want to do the editor first? Do I want to do Emacs first? My god, why do we keep calling it Emacs? It's Lisp. Emacs, describe key, then press tab in your scratch buffer and see what function is being called. It's so intuitive. No. Runs the command completion at point. Right, I forgot I did that. Do I have to choose between auto-completing my code and indenting? Because I did do that. But that's ridiculous. This thing's so frustrating. Oh my god, I hate it. It's so fucking frustrating. There, completion of point. Comment that out. Save. And evaluate the buffer. I should be able to go back here, and it still doesn't work. Are you serious, Emacs? Runs the command org cycle. I didn't do that one. So what do I do to indent? This? What do I do? I'm supposed to read all this shit to understand what it's... Oh my god. No. No. I don't want to do that. What a ridiculous text editor. Oh my god. Oh my god, this is painful to use, but I'm sorry, I didn't read the manual. Maybe if I read the manual. Tiny bit off topic, but I'm learning C. I had the idea to make an interpreted programming language, kind of a beginner in C, and I wanted to ask how hard it would be. Not super easy. I wouldn't call it a beginner thing, because then it's very meta. I'm not talking about meta programming, but it is very meta in the sense that you are writing code while at the same time thinking of how code works. It's a good learning experience in my opinion, but I think maybe if you're a beginner in C, start with something else, then do that. Although at the same time, speaking of Odin, actually, they're the ones who have this example on their website. This code, this is technically an interpreted language in C. The language has this syntax. And one register. Its memory is just an int. Where it just, modifies the int based on which one of these commands it is given. And skips anything it doesn't understand. Technically, this is an interpreted language, if you will. This is a very, very basic kind of program that is capable of interacting with an accumulator, right? So something that simple, you can literally see the code here. That's it. I would tell you the amount of lines of code, but I'm pretty sure I need to install something or run a command or something. I'm not willing to do that. But yeah, this like couple dozen lines of code, I've written in a lot of languages too. What's the shortest one? It comes from Odin, by the way. This is on their website. Indent for tab command. Where do I put that? Hello, Peter. All right. What a genuinely unintuitive language this. I mean, editor this is. I swear to God. Oh my God. Let's see here. All right, maybe I want to do Emacs. Why did you indent like that? What in the name of fuck is wrong with you? Emacs doesn't have line numbers built in. It doesn't have them turn on by default. I don't know. Hello, different Ferrari. It's not different, it's diff. Like when you diff two files, It's also my name. And the first letter of my last name, because someone always takes my fucking... This username's taken in most places for whatever reason. There's a lot of people with my same name. There's a chef in London, there's a photographer in Milan, there's me. So, yeah. Okay, right. Use MX to test. Okay. Scratch buffer. All right, we're talking indent for tab command. No match. Line numbers are in your mode line. Line 269. In my mode line. Oh. Oh, there it is. Okay. There. There's the line number. Of course. Of course there's the line number in the very intuitive place where you would put a line number if you are a programmer from Mars making a fucking text editor. So there's the line numbers. I didn't see it. Okay. There it is. There it is. Oh my god, so obviously. It was stupid of me for not reading the manual and realizing that the line number is down there instead of on the line. Is there any kind of like software UX design award that we can give the Emacs people? And then take it away? Ooh. Oh boy. What a language. I mean, what an editor. What an editor this is. What an editor this is. I want to know. Emacs inline line numbers. Well, we should, yeah, actually, we should name a worst UX award the Emacs award. Or the GNU award. Because let's face it, GNU software is not exactly the most intuitive or the best. It's pretty janky. To the point that it becomes useless very often. But if I have to consider jank and uselessness, that would be the Microsoft award. GIMP is GNU? You know, I never thought about that. GNU image processor. And the M stands for image, I'm assuming. I did not know that. Just gonna very quickly add the word software there to avoid any issues. Image manipulation program. Okay. For Emacs version 26, you would use display line numbers mode or global display line numbers mode. Of course! Of course! You have to turn it on! Display line... I thought maybe autocomplete would help me there a little bit. No match. Wait, I have to do it without the parentheses, don't I? Holy shit, we did it! Oh my god, look at that! 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 Oh my god, we have line numbers. Except I'm on a line number that doesn't exist right now. So that's not very nice. Okay. Yeah, the unintuitive... That's the thing, okay. Unintuitive software award is gonna be the Emacs, the GNU award. And the janky software award is gonna be the Microsoft award. Funnily enough, GNU software, very common recipient of the Microsoft award. You need to let me write you a good starter config. I'm willing. You have to email it to me, but I'm willing. Or, you know, Discord also. Also, real quick. Actually, you know what? Quick rant incoming while I check this. I found out something really, really shitty about Namecheap, which is the domain name register that I've had for a long time. 2018, actually. Lately, last few years, they've been struggling with renewing my domains. Whenever the domain is about to be renewed, they're like, oh, I don't know, there was a problem with the payment. Try again. Tiny issue with that. My bank tells me when a payment failed, and I never once have gotten a notification that a Namecheap payment has failed. Also, I would go to their website, renew manually, done. Just click a button. Literally, that's it. No confirmation needed. No, go into the bank app to confirm the transaction. None of that stuff. Literally, just click, renewed. And I found out why. The reason for that is that if they let my domain expire and then I renew it, when it expires, it's going to go into a grace period. They get to charge me a reactivation fee, making the domain nearly twice as expensive as it was before, which is like $10. But still, isn't that just so fucking convenient for you? Would you look at that? How amazing that is. You failed to make a payment, largely because you didn't even attempt it, and I pay a reactivation fee because you are unable to reactivate my domains, to renew my domains before they expire. Look how that one worked out for you, in your benefit. Oh my god, what a coinky dink. Switch registers, I did. That's why I'm checking, is my email working properly? Because yesterday I switched my the Ferrari website, which is what powers my email. Also the one that is on my YouTube. But I think it is working. Also, Cloudflare, my new register, has been sending me emails on that for every domain that I have moved over. And yeah, I tried Porkbun, but I get an error when I try to make any payment. Like, doesn't even have time to process the payment, just immediate error. So I think there's something to do with my account. So I went to support, and this was like on a technically Sunday after midnight, but you know, Saturday evening, yesterday. And the primary option is to talk to a chatbot, and I told the chatbot, this is the message that I sent. I am having the following error when attempting any payment, and then I copied the error and I pasted it into the chatbot, and the chatbot told me, I'm sorry, I do not understand your query. Why are you wasting resources on an LLM if it cannot handle a single simple query? Do I need to learn how to prompt support agents now? Is that a thing that I need to do? For the love of God? My God. This is actually something that I'm sorry, you're not gonna make it if you're not able to talk to a support agent. Insane. Insane. No, it just fixed its indent. No, it didn't. It unfixed what I was trying to fix. Genuinely, what is the point of these support agents? They literally don't work. I have spoken to several, and not once have they worked. Mostly because they default to thinking that you're just stupid and don't know how to do something. So all they do is give you, here's how you do the thing that you're trying to do. If I'm contacting you, it's because I tried that and it doesn't work. Now, I do understand some people probably contact support because they don't understand how to do something or because they're doing it wrong. So giving them a list of how to do it is helpful. But you have to understand sometimes people will be contacting you because they're trying to do something and they're having an issue, even though they tried. And spending like billions on training AIs to power chatbots, then making chatbot solutions, because you're definitely going through like a third-party wrapper, B2B, SaaS, whatever the fuck slop names these companies give themselves to power your chatbot. You're paying these people money to power your chatbot, and your chatbot is literally unable to do anything. You're wasting your money. You're wasting resources. You are wasting so many resources on powering that AI that does nothing. And it makes your customers not like you. Ain't that amazing? I literally have never spoken to an AI chatbot support agent that actually helped me in the slightest, or even attempted to help. No, immediately, they're useless. They never have worked once. No, if a support chatbot was actually a person pretending to be a chatbot, which has happened, they could be more helpful. That's the thing. I have spoken to support agents. Sometimes they're unable to help me because, you know, whatever I need help with, maybe the company has some stupid policy, whatever. Okay, but it's not that person's fault. But at least they tried to help me, or at the very least, they explained why they can't help me. When I talk to a chatbot, it is just not understanding what I'm telling it. Useless technology that is wasteful for no reason. And nobody likes AI. Outside of programming, by the way, nobody likes AI. Just want to remind programmers of that. I know a lot of programmers live in a bubble where this kind of software is normal and AI is the next big thing. Outside of the tech industry, nobody likes AI. They actively hate it, and they're correct in doing so, by the way. Quick reminder. Also inside the tech industry, because like, hi. But yeah. Okay. You know what? Slob Software Award goes specifically to Anthropic, because Anthropic is the one that is most prominently pushing for slop. So Slop Software Award doesn't go to Microsoft, although Microsoft wins the Slop Software Award several times. It is called the Anthropic Award. Janky Software Award is called the Microsoft Award, even though GNU has been awarded this award several times. And the GNU Award is the Unintuitive Software Award. I use an LLM for running 8 1590s to automatically write my daily, or running on 8 1590s to automatically write my daily thoughts into notes and organize them. Oh, hi PewDiePie. How you doing? Okay, let's move on to something else real quick. Actually, there's an ad starting, so. Google is sloppifying Android some. Actually, I forgot. Maybe that should be the Google award, because like Anthropic, genuinely, if you're not involved in the AI sphere, you don't give a shit about Anthropic. But Google is more prominently to the average person just fucking up everything they do. So I'm gonna change its name. Yeah. Now how do you do this again? That like that. Okay. Google Award. Okay. This is my list of to-dos, which soon enough will become a proper to-do app. By the way, if I make an editor that is truly text-based, this is text-based, so helps. However, I'm gonna go through it real quick because there's an ad starting soon. And after that, I'm gonna show what I actually wanted to do and get started on something. Right, so I actually wanted to make a parser for this to-do list, either in Lisp or using a finite state machine. So regular expressions, but like without using actual regular expressions because I don't like the interface, the actual programming in regular expressions. The underlying technology, I like it. I've built a regex system and I like it. And what I don't like is the regular expressions. They get very unreadable very fast. Now the Google AI overview is so stupid. It always thinks you're talking to it too. You're Googling lyrics. Who invited you? Nobody invited you. Like, get the fuck out of here. Your mom's paying me to hang out with you. Actually, no. Unfortunately, that's not even the case. I'm not even making any money off of this shit. How are you planning to solve ports for your OS? Like, I assume you're not making a similar ABI to Linux, so most stuff won't work. Yeah. Out of Office. Oh. I'm assuming you meant out of the box. Yeah, so it won't work. Yeah, I'm not doing POSIX compatibility. I wonder how difficult would it be to make a subsystem? The answer is not very easy. So, I don't know. At some point, I'm gonna have to port some things, like for example, Git, SSH. Those are things that I don't want to build. Those are things I want to port. I'll figure it out then. But yeah, I'm not making POSIX compatibility, and I'm not definitely doing Linux compatibility. Sometimes I search for the meaning of something in a different language and the overview doesn't speak English. Sometimes I tell it to search for things in 6, 7 jokes. Come on. In July? Come on. Wait, hold on. Actually, one thing. I haven't seen AI overview in a while. Like a few days. It's just gone. I wonder what changed. There's finally a useful law, even if it's not directly targeted to AI. That's nice. Okay. You know what? I'll go through this list later. What I really wanted to show was this. As long as it has a browser, I can live in it. Yeah, browser is going to be an interesting thing, although JavaScript. This works for kind of showing syntax highlighting, not having just a white blob for showing what I wanted to show. Yeah, Google keeps switching to whatever language it wants. I Google shit in English and it's like, bueno, aquí tienes el resultado para la... Nobody asked you in Spanish, bro. I remember the one time, physically located in England, Googling something about the place that I was in and getting a response in Spanish in an incognito tab where I wasn't even logged in. How the fuck does that happen? I know there's a lot of Spanish people in London, but I don't think that counts. I don't think it's that serious. Like, I'm in London. They speak English in London. I'm Googling something in English about London. Why are the results in Spanish? Yeah, no. I'm talking physically located in an English-speaking country. How the fuck does that happen? Again, in a incognito tab. If you make your browser work with JS and Lua, I'll go to Spain to personally hug you. Unfortunately, JS. Just so we can embed it on games onto your OS. Look, I do understand the point of the browser, the importance of the browser nowadays, but JS. WASM I can consider. Incognito mode leaking? Must be. Gotta be a little bit of, device identification and knowing that I live in a Spanish-speaking country. Despite the fact that you know that I like my results in English. But whatever. I wish browsers would allow other scripting languages without the WASM bullshit. If you compile to WASM, can't you do that? Isn't that a thing? So someday I'm gonna explore WASM and see. I don't know what that's like, actually. I don't know what it looks like. Oh, hey, I completed my follower goal of 1,400. That's nice. Well, except according to the stream manager, I still have 13.99. Okay. Either Twitch is having either Twitch is lying to me, or somebody unfollowed me. But best creeper test. Thank you for that. All right. Thanks for following me from the alt. Can I resize this? Oh my god, I cannot resize this thing. But anyway, I think you can understand the follower goal of 1400. Now I gotta put this tab back on OBS and it's not working. OBS, what are you doing? What are you doing? Oh my god, you glitchy piece of shit. Alright, and now it resized. Whatever, man. Anyway, officially 1400 now. I think someone followed me and then unfollowed me. So I got the notification, but I was still not at 1400. You need JS to provide the ship to your WASM module? Seriously? There's no native support for... Are you serious? Come on, man. Anyway, yesterday I was thinking, right? How can I do a parser? I've been thinking about this for a while. I asked this on stream a while ago. I want to make it easy to parse text. And I would like a language that allows me to do this. Right, so this is kind of what I came up with. This is, I was thinking like, how could I embed this in another code base? Like, again, a little bit of metaprogramming. What this will do is just create a finite state machine based off of this definition. So it's a declarative language that compiles to a finite state machine. So I was thinking, how could we do metaprogramming? And this was what I came up with. Assuming the language is called parser, you could also do like Lisp. But ignoring that part, which is how to embed other languages for metaprogramming in my language. But anyway, you want to make a parser called test parser, then this will compile to a finite state machine that you can run called test parser. You can pass it characters and it will parse your text for you. So again, regular expression, just a different interface for it. The important part here is this one, where again, it is like regular expressions, but with more breathing room, first off, and second, being a little bit more explicit about what things do, so you don't have to use symbols everywhere, right? So capture group, you don't just use parentheses, you explicitly write capture. You group things with this, and what capture does in this case is just capture everything located in this group. Right, so very much like a capture group. Again, instead of symbols, you explicitly use the word. You can do sequences of strings like this, very simple. And everything inside of here will be escaped in case there's any symbols. Like if I use a parenthesis here, it will try to match the actual character of the parenthesis. None of this is built. This is just like what I would like the language to look like. We're going to do this at some point, but right now is not the time for that. So yeah, this will match hello, then either world or friend, capture the second word, and then this whole rule is called test. When test is matched, run this code. So this part, again, if it's for meta programming, then how would that work? Maybe more so you would like test parser, when test, like, I don't know. Test part, I don't know, whatever language you use. Let's say that you're doing this in C, then you do like add hook to the test parser for the rule test, run this code. Okay, that would make more sense. Something like that. Than this. But again, just a simple text parsing language. Internally works the same as a regular expression. Externally, a lot more code, but simpler to use. All right. I also thought of doing tokens. That would be essentially sub-rules that you run like this. Just limiting them to only these. So you can't call test from link or link from test. They are exclusive because they would need to be evaluated kind of in parallel. Right, the first time that you run, I don't know, on this, this is the input string. The first character matches for both. It's the H in hello and also anything that doesn't match this character. So it matches the second rule. Then the second character matches this one, doesn't match this character. So of course, link fails, but you need to evaluate these expressions at the same time. So sub-expressions would be a pain in the ass, but tokens are meant to be sub-expressions that are, somewhat simple. And these are recursive. Path is made up of path components. Okay, so that is the plan for maybe this language. Because, yeah, regular expressions are painful. But the way that they work is nice. And I've already built the finite state machine that powers them. And I really like the way that I built it. It's very, very, very simple. I should even be able to do like a single instruction. So right now it's based off of a proper struct. Whereas I'm pretty sure I could just encode it into a 64-bit instruction with no issues if I wanted to make it like that. Even simpler. Okay. Yeah, so not gonna work with that today. Just yesterday I was like designing that a little bit and I was thinking, let's see what that looks like. But today we're working again Lisp interpreter and code editor. Now that the ad is over, I can officially get started. So apparently the first hour of my stream is just yapping for a bit. All right, so where we are on Lisp. No, close this. Close it. Okay. Then I want to close this. I want to close this. I want to close this. Third time. It's the charm. I want to open it like that. That's how I want it. Okay. So it's Control X2 to open a vertical one, and Control X3 to open a horizontal split. Okay, so I wanted a vertical split. Anyway, I'm pretty sure E shell. I'm not sure entirely how it works. I'm in the wrong buffer. Oh my god. Didn't mean to do that. How do I switch between windows? No idea. That it's not here. Like I said, if you don't know a keystroke, you can just look in the menus. Not in Emacs. Unintuitive software award. Like a new award. How do I switch between windows? There's a keystroke, but I forgot it because they got the unintuitive software award. Oh my god. Anyway, I'm pretty sure I can't really run any command from here. So I don't think I can run red build. Yeah, no. This is an Emacs shell, different from a normal bash shell. I can run a bash shell if I want to, but for that matter, I can just do shell. And do red build. All right. So this is where I am with my Lisp interpreter. I have a built-in function that's add. Built-in function that is add. It gets interpreted as this expression. Doesn't really matter. Don't need to look at it. That's just for debugging. And it actually evaluates these three expressions to these results. And last time, I believe they didn't have a return value. Now they do, which is again what could power metaprogramming because these expressions get evaluated to a result. Okay, so the way that this works is once this gets tokenized and turned into a very basic syntax bytecode for the machine, we are actually able to run what my compiler calls a transform in order to evaluate it. That calls eval on the sub expression. Because actually, like, each of these expressions has a parent expression. That parent expression, the top level expression, is just for, you know, chaining multiple expressions together, like these. They're meant to be evaluated individually, and yeah. So it evaluates all of them individually, finds that they are an well, first off, it goes to eval. Eval is going to check if the expression is atomic, which it isn't. And then it checks if the first element of the expression, which is the add, is atomic, and it is. And it checks it against add, finds it, and runs the built-in add function. Does this actually go here or in apply? I still don't know, to be completely honest with you. All right, then there's conditions and quotes, which are two built-ins to the original Lisp. I'm sure now it has more. And even any functions that I want to be able to run on like from C directly, because I will have a bunch of built-in functions from C. Those should probably come from should probably be in this list. Again, I don't know if it's this list or this list. I'm not sure which one it's supposed to be. I'm thinking it should be this one, but whatever. Right now I have to put it here. Because yeah, eval checks the expression that you're trying to run against these and runs the custom evaluator for those. Otherwise, if it's none of these built-in functions, it will call apply using the built-in function and evaluating a list of arguments, which, if I'm not mistaken, evlist here is essentially just go through the arguments and run eval on them, because the code that I have is add 5, 6, but you could also have add, you know, add 2, 3, and then add 3, 3. And this should also evaluate to 6. But the way that it evaluates to 6 is we've gotten to this point. We've realized that the expression that we're trying to do is this one. Then we need to evaluate. Okay, I see. What I'm doing should probably go in apply. Add should probably go in apply, because this function will first evaluate this, then evaluate this, then call apply once those two have been evaluated on add with the actual results. So it should do that. So I believe add should go in apply and should be called by this rule here. But this one's not ready yet, so we can't really do that. Apply takes a function, arguments, and both of these functions take what I called an imaginal environment, or, you know, the environment variables, all that stuff, which in the last stream I said, let's make it into a hash map. Hash map would make it easy to look up symbols. However, it wouldn't be truly stack-based, I guess. So the thing is that, like, sub-expressions, like, let's say we have a let, where a is defined as 1. In here, we should be able to run some code where we use add a2, and, you know, a only exists within the scope of this thing. So when we get here, we're adding new stuff to the environment. When we exit, we're removing stuff from the environment. So the environment should be a stack-based environment, not a hash map-based environment. I'm thinking. Right, because that stack-based would make it really easy to like, oh, you're entering a new scope, add more stuff. Oh, you're exiting the scope, go back. Right, so that's how I think it should work, but I'm not entirely sure. I was looking at this, which is where I got, well, this is a Lisp interpreter in Lisp, but here there is one in Python, for example, and the environment is top. I believe it's this one. It is using a dictionary. I think. Yeah, top is the top level environment. It is using a dictionary. However, when you call evaluate, but then you call, where are you creating the new? Okay, here you're creating the new arguments. So this is kind of a very simplified version of a parser, by the way, which is relying on functions like zip, which just apply new environments. What is happening? Why did the syntax highlighting go? Okay, I don't know what happened there. Yeah, so it's kind of, it is using hash maps, but it's using a new hash map every time. Hash map would make it easy to look up symbols, whereas stacks would make it easy to do scoping. I guess I have to choose between the two. Unless, of course, I make a stack of hash maps. How ridiculous is that? Where essentially you just have like a hash map for the top level, a hash map for the current scope. Well, just say that you enter another scope, then you create a new hash map for it. And then, okay, there's a symbol I need to resolve. Is it here? No. Go up one level. Is it here? No. Go up one level. Is it here? No. I exit the scope. I just remove this hash map. That's a possibility, I guess. I could do that. You could try. What is the name of your theme in your code editor? The one on Z is Synthwave 84. The one on Emacs, it's one of the built-in ones. I couldn't tell you, to be honest. I don't exactly love this editor. Happy to see about a Lisp. And keep it simple first. Yeah. But like, it's just a matter of when I exit a scope, how do I clean it up if everything is just in a hash map? I feel like stack-based would be a better way to do it. Now I'm gonna give it a try. Unfortunately, Apple has already a stack T type. Well, now that I think about it, I have a stack T type now in my operating system. So I have a stack T, which is a stack data structure. And then I have a stack, well, now it's called an R stack T for array stack. Because Apple was complaining about them having a type called stack T in libc. But now I have one too, which is for the stacks of my programs. So, yeah. R stack is not the best name, but it works. Why are you changing my syntax island? What's happening? Unknown type name. Okay, that's true, actually. I do need to include a data struct stack.h. You happy now? You happy now? Very nice. Look at that. Okay, so an environment is defined as just a stack that contains multiple maps for variables, each in their own scope. So it should be easy to add a new scope or remove a scope. I guess we'll see. Because it's starting to get to the point where I really need to evaluate. Well, no, I don't really need variables right away. Maybe I need to focus on evlisp first, which, if we look at the way that evlisp is, evlist is not evaluated, is written, this is the original code for it. I'm basing it off of the Lisp 1.5 manual, which, let me make this smaller. Evlist. Hey, I remember how to do that. Would you look at that? Jank editor's starting to grow on me. Oh wait, this is not Lisp. This is how you do comments in this thing. All right, an evlist takes 2 arguments. And probably, you know, returns a list. So CodeGen is my generic IR. Evlist takes an M and an A, and I don't know what either of those are, so I'm gonna mark it as int for now, just to write the code. Why unsave the buffers? I just saved the buffer. Look close without saving. Go fuck yourself. Active processes exist. Kill them? Yes. Goodbye. Good fucking riddance to this editor. Jank. Leaving scope, just pop in an entry. Yeah, the issue there is with lookup, you know? I will have to evaluate the value of each thing individually, whereas a hash map allows me to evaluate in a much more efficient way. So I am using a stack, but a stack of hash maps, where each element of the stack is its own environment. All right, let's get back to it. Stack of maps, check each scope, then yes, that's what I'm saying. But I think we're not gonna get there yet. Okay, evlist does 2 things. First off, it checks if something is null. And otherwise, and in which case it returns null. Otherwise, it will make a pair of, that's what cons is, I believe. Post order array with a parent ID. Yeah, you're not wrong. Okay, we're not there yet, so probably won't get there today. I was getting a little ahead of myself there. Anyway, we can implement an is nil. I'm assuming M is an expression that you're evaluating, whereas A is the environment. That's what it looks like to me anyway. So looks like that to me. At least my current understanding of it. This function will tell us more about it. So quick check. If is nil M, return. Do I have a nil? I have this for nil. Maybe I want to macro it. Return a nil expression like that. Okay, so that's the easy one. In any other case, that's what this true means. We're going to do a cons eval of car ma and then evlist of cdr ma. Okay, So we're going to recursively evaluate each of the arguments of the expression that we're trying to run. And then we are going to combine them into a list. But that's what I believe cons does, which they haven't defined here. But I believe that's what it does. There's actually a Wikipedia article for cons. I don't know why cons has its own little stack of hash maps is a pretty common way to do it from my understanding. Nice. Yeah, also a linked list of hash maps could work, but stack makes it easier. You don't have to have a list that you maintain. The fundamental function in most dialects of Lisp constructs memory objects which hold two values or pointers to two values. Okay, so it's got it. We can make one. Cons. Where essentially we have code gen A and code gen B. And already from the structure of these two functions, evlist and cons, I am noticing how close they are to what I have already built for evaluations. This here, the sexp code transform, which is okay, hold on. That's evlist. That is evlist. This is the one that evaluates the top level expressions of my Lisp. And what it does is, if the car is a sub-expression, then it evaluates that expression and replaces it with its own result. And then if it has a CDR, aka anything after itself, after the first element, I mean, if it has two or more elements, then it will recursively run that same code on them. With the only difference that if is nil, we will return the nil expression. That is evlist. Although it does not take an environment, and unfortunately it's not made to take an environment. I am thinking, instead of passing the environment into all of these functions, just having it be global. Because again, the fact that it's stack based, we just have a pointer into that stack. So yeah, we have an evlist and cons already made thanks to this function. And the only difference here is that this is a little bit of an issue in my language, because these are based off of an interface that is defined here. The transform, which is the function that I'm calling, has a pointer to itself, and then a pointer to its own object, and then a pointer to the code gen interface. Again, limitation of the language. So it has this double pointer here, which is really weird. But that means we can define the evlist of an expression as just, actually we can do code gen transform of m and m. Doesn't even need to directly reference this. All right. Now we're metaprogramming, it's getting really easy to do this. And you return that. What we don't have is checking if it's nil. Okay, so first we check if, there isn't a pointer. Or, well, maybe we're okay with just returning, actually. We check if it doesn't have a pointer or if it doesn't have a kind. No, I type. That's all we need to check if something is nil. And check if something is atomic, check its type against the Lisp val, which, by the way, I'm going to change its name to atom. Is it an atom? It's atomic. Does it not have a type at all? It's nil. Maybe I'll need to refine this a little bit, but I guess we'll see. Anyway, evless implemented. That was easy. Okay, so back to eval then. This will need to go away. That is the add function. I think that goes in apply. So I'm going to move it out real quick. Rearrange everything. Okay. When you call eval on something that looks like this, starts with an atomic expression at the beginning and then something else after that, you're going to first check that atomic expression against cond and quote, because those are special operands that have their own custom logic for how to evaluate those expressions, which we haven't written. And then, if those two don't match, then you call apply on the function being the left part of the expression, the atomic part of the expression. Then you evaluate the list, and those are your arguments. All right, so let's call apply. The expression is literally code car. The arguments are the evless of code cdr, and we will remove this environment call from it. That's literally all we need. Does it sound good, by the way, to remove to the people that know more about Lisp interpreters, to remove these references to the environment in each function call and just have it be global? At the end of the day, we will be evaluating in one. We're not multi-threaded, but even if we were, we'd just be evaluating multiples at a time. But we're always evaluating one expression at a time, so one scope at a time. There's no need to constantly pass the scope down. In Lisp, it makes sense because it allows you to expand your scopes a lot easier, but that's not the case here. All right. Remove that. And remove the empty environment we were passing in. All right. Now, this here technically means that we won't be applying evlist on anything that isn't an S expression internally as the first argument. But I think that's fine. There are transformation rules for... No, there aren't. Hold on, let me check. Are there transformation rules for atoms? This is the code for atoms. This is the printing for debugging. This is for registering. There's no transformations for atoms. So yeah, there's no need. We only do transformations if it requires a transformation because it is a sub-expression. Also, pretty sure I have a transform CDR, something like that, which comes from something called IR arch transformer, which translates to if code CDR pointer, then code CDR pointer, code gen transform, essentially this whole thing. macroed into this thing. Simple. All right, I believe this will not work right now. Yeah. Apply error, wrong expression type. Wait, I wasn't expecting that necessarily. Wrong expression type, where does that come from? Here. It is an atomic expression, but it doesn't have an identifier. Why not? What value does this have? That's what I don't understand. Car ID. If it's not an identifier, it returns empty. So something here is failing, but I just don't know what type it has. All right, so that's probably a bug in that car ID function that is giving us the identifier from a car. By the way, car is the head of a list, and CTR is the tail of a list, anything that isn't the first element, pretty much. All right, so getting an identifier from the top of the list is failing, even though it is considered to be atomic. So that part is correct. But then the function pointer type is what's failing. Well, the function is atomic. That's the problem. Ah, okay, I'm seeing the problem. I'm seeing the problem. It's some code I forgot to rewrite properly, I believe. Let me see. I am assuming that the function is an S expression. That's not necessarily the truth. It is the truth down here, but it isn't here. So the first thing we're going to check is if the expression is invalid, like that. Then we're going to get the car from the function expression. Well, the ID from a function expression. That should apply properly. Apply null pointer makes sense. Oh, that is a lot more recursion than I was expecting to see, honestly. No, actually, I have 3 functions. Let me run just one. Okay. Eval finds the atomic car expression add. That goes to apply with the atomic car expression add. Then eval is supposed to apply that. I don't think that's correct. Okay, so apply calls it a atomic expression. Oh, it tries to call this because of this code that I commented out. That goes here. All right, so built-in functions. Now I am officially sure it's supposed to go here. Like that. The new code editor, click big got me, but no. I'm not using a new code editor. I'm making a new code editor, but we're not there yet. We're doing 2 things. All right, it's back to working. And my built-in function add is actually an apply, which is where it makes more sense for it to be, because apply is what actually applies functions. Right, so you're not clickbaited. You are early. You're early. That's it. A bit of an update. My current goal is to try to write a brain fuck interpreter. Oh boy. Not sure that's a great idea. All right. Atom is already implemented, by the way. This atom expression. You can check if something is an atom. If I'm not mistaken, it works also. Something I did off stream. Atom 1 returns nothing. Seems like. Maybe it doesn't work then. Yeah. I thought it did. Oh well. Well, to be fair, is atom as expression? Checks if it's an atom, and if so, it makes a true atom. Okay, that looks correct to me. But anyway, oh wait. Yeah. I'm returning an empty code gen here. That makes no sense. I still don't know if that's working or not. I think it's not. Okay, what happens when I call atom? We go through eval. It's not an atomic expression because this is the expression, it's not atomic. But the first one is atomic, it's atom. It's not cond, it's not quote, so it goes to this, apply. It goes in here, and it should be calling this. It is. But is the argument atomic? The argument is not atomic, even though it should be. Right, because the argument is already put inside of a list. This is current. CDR is always a list. That's not super correct. That is not correct at all, actually. Is it Neovan? No, I'm not. I'm not using an existing code. I'm making one. Emacs would be my choice, but it's so unintuitive. Unfortunately, I lost my list of awards from earlier where I had the GNU award for unintuitive user interfaces. Yeah. This is the problem. Okay. Now it returns true. When I make this into a list, even though you don't understand what a list is, it's not an atom anymore. That's good. And just to be clear, add 1 plus true no longer works. Broken. Now I see why I broke it. Right. No. This is wrong. CDR should always be a list. But atom, you should assume that this is always a list. And if that is the case, then you want to get that list. Return nil if it's nil. Nil, is nil considered atomic? Nil is considered atomic. That's interesting. Okay, so return true in that case. That's very interesting. I did not know that. Is Moore's law still an active driver of innovation? Do you mean the fact that we have limited capacity? No. We're just trying to use as much RAM on your computer as possible. Um, mm, 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 If the CDR has a CDR, then we know it is not null. Otherwise, we check if the car is, okay, atomic. Atomic cars, just like Fallout. All right, add works again. Add 3, 4. Works again. Very good. And you can see the behavior of what I was mentioning. These two are being essentially called with, what is the name of the function? Evlist. Evaluate this one, and make a list with the results. So top level is actually evlist. Atom 1. Does not work. Lord. Does not work at all, actually. Okay. Atomic expression atom, atomic expression add. That will get resolved. How did I do it before? God, before it worked. All right, let me see. Apply an atomic expression of type atom. Okay. Then I don't understand. How do you have a valid CDR? It does not have a valid CDR. Wait, no, hold on. I'm reading these wrong. Not directly atomic. Okay, that's correct. Um, has a CDR, but it's not valid. Okay, so then we need to check its car. Okay, there it is. Whereas in this case, it is considered true. How is that atomic? Oh my god. That is not a valid expression. Okay, this is the nil check. Nil check. It is not an atomic expression. Then it should have all right, here I should be able to print s expression debug print. Or actually I should be able to do code gen debug print. Which takes which arguments? Takes itself twice for limitations of my language, and then a depth of 0. And then it prints nothing. What? Okay, I understand what it is. Car. No, it cannot. It cannot be a sub-expression anymore. I don't really understand the logic behind this anymore, but we've established we have. I don't get it. Some expression that is not being. What do you mean 42? What is 42? Okay, something's super wrong here. This here, this CDR is the arguments to the function, which is not really CDR, it's arg, really, if I want to put it that way. All right, so if there's no argument, then nil is considered an atom, so that's good. If the value itself is atomic, it's an atom, that's good. If it has a valid second argument, then it's not an atom. Right, it's two expressions. But then the expression is of type lisp val. I don't understand what I'm doing here. Car ID A. Okay, try that. It's null. It's not printing anything. What is this expression? There is something here that I cannot debug, cannot look into it whatsoever, but it's telling me that it's atomic. But what is that? Okay, I'm doing an eval of add. That is actually adding the values together. It is returning this 1. That is the result that I'm getting. Oh, that's why it's becoming... It is atomic. Hold on, I'm being stupid. This is atomic. Because it's resolving the expression. The question is should that actually be considered atomic? Doesn't even run that. Oh, wait. Of course it doesn't run that. Add is not a real function. Atom plus 1, 1. True. Oh my god, this is actually an atomic expression. Because first off, this will be resolved to what? To 1. And at which point, that is an atomic expression. So yes, it is an atomic expression. Now, if I tried list, this might give me an error, or it might tell me that it's, yeah, not atomic. Okay. Just wasted so much time on something so stupid. Anyway, I know that my atom function works really, really well now. Does exactly what it's supposed to do. Okay, and my eval function is working pretty well as well. All right, there's lambdas, labels, and conditions and quotes to be added to this thing. Okay. Now, the quote expression is a simple one. What it does is it escapes an expression so that it doesn't get evaluated. And it does that by taking the expression and doing dA on it. So, right, where's the quote? Here it is. Yeah, on the entire expression. D meaning the arguments to the function. These. And then the car from that. Why only the car from that? Okay. I don't understand the logic behind this. I understand this, I just don't understand this. Like if I have an expression like quote add 1 quote is getting first D, which means the rest of the list. This is the first element, so the rest this. And then inside of that, the first value. So it's only getting add. Is that how that works? If I do quote add 1 no, it returns the entire thing. So why do I need an A? I don't understand why this is here. Oh. I think it's just because... Can I do this? No. Of course not. I think it's just because this gets put in its own list. So it just gets the first element and the only element of that list. I don't think I need to do that. So... yeah, if something is being quoted, it is then being escaped. And what we do is we simply return the arguments without evaluating. So now, is this atomic? The result is 2, so yes, that is atomic. Maybe forgot to remove this expression from there. It is atomic. Okay, if I quote the whole thing though, that will escape it. This expression won't be evaluated, and that is not atomic. And that is not atomic. Very good. Very good. By the way, I'm adding these I'm writing these logs here, and I always write my logs in this format. So I'm probably going to be doing a like log formatter of some sort, which I've been meaning to do for a while, but this might be the excuse to do it. Where essentially, yeah, I wanted to define a module that you print from. So everything inside of here is eval, everything in the other one is apply. And then you have different types of logs: to-dos, errors, traces, implementation errors. And I should apply some filtering to that, maybe some coloring to the output. I'll see, but I don't really need it right now, so I'm good. How's the Lisp interpreter going? Good. I'm know way more of what I'm doing now. I'm very happy about that. I'm almost done with eval, actually. The only thing I'm currently not evaluating is conditions. To evaluate conditions is going to be a bit difficult, so I'm not going to handle it right now. Is it time to move to code editor? for a bit. Well, hold on. Let me see. Lambdas and labels. Hi, Laxmi. Hope I'm parsing that name correctly in the YouTube channel. Okay, to evaluate a lambda, you need to first evaluate the lambda is made up of this, right, with multiple expressions here. So you get first rest of the list, then rest of the list, then first element. Am I reading that wrong? This is the first list. You do CDR, so you get this. You do CDR again, you get this. And you do car, you get this. The first expression. Not the arguments. Hold on, how do you structure a lambda? Because maybe I'm just forgetting. But if I'm not mistaken, the lambda is arguments and then multiple instructions. But here, they're explicitly getting only the first instruction, which is weird. That's what the double DA here is doing. Because they're doing DA, and that is to get the arguments. So you get, from the entire expression, you get the tail, and then you get the top of that. That's this. All right. So far, so good. You use that to make a new scope, essentially. That's what this is. Applying arguments of the function, of the lambda, which are outside here, to the values that are given inside the lambda. Cool, easy. What I don't understand is, again, CDR, so tail of this thing, CDR again, so this thing, and at this point you have all the instructions. But what I don't get is, why are you using only the first of instructions? I would understand if this was CDDR, but CADDR doesn't make any sense to me. That's weird. Okay. I'm not implementing this right now because the next thing to do in the Lisp interpreter tomorrow probably is to work with variables, expressions, and all those things. And then we will have these last few things done. Now, I probably will be implementing these. I just realized they're not implemented. But yeah, in a lambda, you're going to take the arguments and you're going to take the definition of the arguments and you're going to create a new scope with, you know, each definition, each value. Label is going to take a lambda and apply it to the label that it was given. So a function definition, if I'm not mistaken. Now EQ, I don't have that implemented yet because I don't have a way to compare two different values. Not yet, haven't really bothered with that. Cons is a constructor between, this is what feels really weird to me because it's a constructor between the first argument of the function being called and the rest of the arguments, aka the arguments. I should be able to just return that, right? If I do cons 1, 2, it is going to create a list of the expression 1, then 2. I think that's very simple one. Then CDR, you would return hold on. If A is not a an S expression, then you just return nil, because there's no CDR to it. Otherwise, if it is, you just return the CDR. And what if I do car of 1? What happens there? Car 1. Abort. It's not a list, so it fails. Got it. So if A is atomic, then we return a nil. Otherwise, we return car. Now, if I do car 1 in my interpreter, it returns 1, but that's not right. Atomic expression, then it matches car. Okay, it's an S expression. It's non-atomic. That isn't really correct. Then if it's not atomic, what is its CDR? It doesn't have a CDR. Okay, I need to do that check then. Right, there's a little bit more nesting going on in my language than there should be, so I need to do this check. But after that, okay, trying to get the car of 1 gives me nothing, and trying to get the car of this, for example, will give me nothing. Wait, why does it still say handle quote case? You are doing that. Non-atomic, but it doesn't have a valid CDR. Oh my god. Am I doing it wrong then? Let me see if this fuck-ass interpreter is capable of... That's what I want. Yeah, I want it to return add. But it's not doing it. It considers this to be... Can I print it then? Can I actually code gen debug print a depth 0? Please work. This is the expression. This is the expression that we're trying to check to get the first value of. This is the valid expression. It has a car, so I should be able to get a valid car, but it cannot resolve the type of it. Am I doing something wrong there? Yeah, wait, I probably shouldn't be doing this. No, wait, the entire expression. Let me go back to quote real quick. What did code look like before? CADR. So I was actually supposed to do that properly. I'm even more confused now. That should have worked. It is a non-atomic expression, which you are debugging, but now it's empty. It either has one too many levels of recursion or one too little. Like, you can't have it both ways, buddy. Like, you literally cannot. Although, this can be a little confusing. I'm confused. My expression that I'm trying to get the car from is this one. It is considered to be non-atomic. And it has a car. And that car is an S expression again. How many S expressions are layered into this thing? This makes no sense. What? I don't understand what's happening here. It seems like no matter what I do, the value of this thing never changes. It always returns the entire expression, like it's nested within itself constantly. Infinitely. That cannot possibly be, so what the fuck is going on? Why is there another layer of recursion? After I already removed one layer of recursion, now there is another. The fact that there's no difference between these two expressions, even though they're nested. Code CDR and then code CDR car are the same thing. How can that possibly be? Code CDR pointer. If the pointer doesn't exist, return nil. Otherwise, return the first expression of that. Hold on, because this is absolutely ridiculous, but like... Now it fails completely. If I go any deeper, it fails completely. I have no idea what's happening anymore. How's the weather? Very hot, which is probably not helping with having no idea what's happening anymore. Okay, genuinely at a loss. I'm getting the car of the quote of add one, which means you're going to give me a literal list made up of add and then one without evaluating it. Except there is a extra expression inside of that for some reason. At this point, the expression is made up of quote, add, and one. Makes sense. So quote is evaluated, so then we get the CDR, aka the arguments to quote. These are the arguments. These arguments. But it seems like these arguments are actually wrapped in their own function. Okay. So we unwrap them from that function by doing this. But that's not working. Except if I do it again, it then fails for other reasons. So I'm genuinely at a loss for what is even happening anymore. Non-atomic S expression. Okay. Why is there an S expression instead of this thing? This is what the expression looks like. That is ridiculous. You're not making any sense here. Like, it's kind of trying to have it both ways. It seems like... That does it, but I'm not sure that that's correct. Okay, that is actually giving me the car, which is add. Yeah, okay. Where if I try to get the car of this thing, for example, it will not work. Okay, because it ran the expression, but then it didn't return anything. It was an error, but I don't really print errors. I just return nil. Okay, so I think that works. Then if I do add 1 and 2, it returns 3. If I do this twice, it returns 3 and 3. Okay. And then if I do atom1, that is an atom. If I do atom add 1 and 2, that is an atom. But if I try to quote it, that is no longer an atom. Okay, everything's working correctly, I think, but that was weird. That was very weird. Oh, well, let's do one last test. Please don't break everything. Add 3 and 4. Okay, it kind of broke everything, but not exactly. It didn't really break everything, it's just that because this is nil, this doesn't get chained in the results. That's a different thing. It's an entirely different thing. It might even not be an issue, it might just be a print issue. No, no, really. Okay, never mind. I'll fix that later. Okay, that was a lot of functions added, but that was some weird behavior there at the end. But now my Lisp has car. Wait, does it have CDR? That's one thing I didn't check. That one might not work as it should. It does not work like it should. Because the same thing I did in car, I need to do in CDR. Okay, now it has CDR. All right. It has cons, which literally just returns the same expression. I'm not sure if that's correct or if it needs to have similar behavior to this. In which case, this is what you do. Let me see. Cons 1 and 2 will give me 1 and 2. Cons add 2 and 2. Okay. And cons quote will give me, yeah, that is correct. Okay, surprisingly, no. This is fine. We have cons, we have atom. We don't have equals. Add is now in the proper place. Any other built-in function or compiled functions will also go there. Conditionals don't have those yet. Quotes are done. The only things missing now are variables and custom function names. So labels, lambda resolution, and associating, variable names with their values. And then being able to retrieve that. and conditions. That's pretty much it. That's what's missing. But it doesn't mean that the language is technically not strictly Turing complete. Without conditions, not much you can do. Okay, that's it for the Lisp. Well, actually, for the Imaginal. We have car, CDR, atom, cons, quote, cons, atom, quote. That's it. Okay. Cool. No. So no one can accuse me of clickbaiting. Time for a new code editor. We are done with Emacs and Z. They're gone. They're out. Don't need them anymore. All right. So I have 20 minutes before an ad break, so I don't want to get started with code. Let me instead think. Let me use Emacs for this. Let me instead think, what do I want a code editor to have? Can I, that is actually an interesting question. Can Emacs handle multiple text sizes? First off, what's the name of that thing? Org mode? Yeah. It should be able to handle multiple text sizes because like the intro thingy here, well, those are not multiple text sizes. That is an image. I think that's a no from the results that I'm getting. Then again, search engines nowadays don't work. DuckDuckGo has never been on the level that Google used to be, and Google is whatever the fuck Google is doing. Isn't that beautiful? How I can Google something that I'm not entirely sure if it exists or not, and I will get results that looks like it doesn't exist, but then I can't really be sure because it could be that the search engine is just being shitty, or it could be that it genuinely just doesn't exist. Either way. Here's what the code editor needs to have. Does it do automatic lists? What the fuck are you doing, bro? Okay. Number one, understandable fucking logic. Google is only usable as a site search, like searching on Reddit. That's one thing that Google has always been good at. Yeah, that's true. All right, we're gonna start with some like very basics, like easy to use and customizable. Scriptable. Text-based and keyboard and mouse. Has Emacs markdown mode? It does have a markdown mode. I am in that markdown mode right now. I can do bold. Found out about it literally right before the stream. I actually should have the Wikipedia page for it open on my laptop. Org mode. Wait, it does have headings, so maybe. Ah, there you go. See what I mean about search engines? See what I mean about search engines? There was an answer to my question. And the answer was yes. And yet, from the search that I did, I got I got the impression that no, there isn't an answer to your question. Now, granted, this is org, which is something that I installed on Emacs. But do you see? There was an answer to my question. Hey, Eugene. Just starting to plan a new, not really a new project. I already have a code editor. Let me show it real quick. It is actually installed on my OS in my machine. It's not pre-installed. Right now it looks like this. Very basic. One buffer. Up here it tells you the name of the file that you have open. Cursor isn't exactly the cleanest. Also, apparently I haven't recompiled it since I did some fixes. You can see the cursor is kind of like disappeared there a little bit, and now it is apparently never coming. Oh, there it is. Okay. Still some features to fix in the text editor, but it works. It doesn't handle page up and page down yet, but I remember when I wrote page up and page down, I found out about the patent that Microsoft has on page up and page down that was expiring in June. Did it expire? By the way, in so looking this up yesterday, all I found was an 18-year-old article, old enough to drink, in Europe anyway, justifying why Microsoft has a patent on page up and page down. You don't get it. You don't get it. It's because if you zoom, there's like specific behavior. You don't get it. Microsoft did nothing wrong. Man, shut the fuck up. Anyway, is page up and page down patent expired or not? There's that same article again. My God. In August 2008, so yeah, literally they were granted this patent in August, and this person just started glazing Microsoft. They were like, "Oh my God, I must defend them. I must defend this corporation." Well, fuck right off. There is, however, nothing from after 2008 on this. Like zero. Not even the patent itself is coming up. According to AI, the number is 7,415,666. Except if we go back... Oh no, that's the same number, okay. I thought it was 7.2, so... Alright, is that really it? One does ask themselves, how does the AI have this answer if the answer is nowhere to be found on the search engine? A search engine that works and has an AI overview should be showing me the same results in both, right? If you made your search engine in a way that works, then, and it has an AI overview, the AI overview and the results will tell me the same thing. However, they're vastly different. A little suspicious. Still, the patent is not coming up. Somebody did link me to the actual patent once. But apparently here I'm just getting news on this shit. When I'm looking up the specific patent. Google Patents. And it didn't work. I'm going to fucking lose it here. My God. Does nothing work anymore? Method and system for navigating paginated content in page-based increments. March 4th, 2005, Microsoft. AKA page up, page down. Which, by the way, if you look at how page up and page down work on any code editor, it doesn't really do a whole page, right? Going one page should take me to line 25, and instead it takes me to line 24. Does that happen the same way in Emacs? Well, Emacs even have line numbers now. No, it does not. I already forgot how to turn that on. But anyway, I expect to be after the B here. I am before the B. So yeah, these are not the same freaking behavior. Insane. Insane. Okay, date of patent 2008. Does it say when it expires? Because it should have expired by now. No. The only website that actually works too, like, that really sucks. Okay, this is the official United States patent. I am searching for a specific patent number. How hard is it to show me that information? It's amazing how everything works so poorly when it comes to this thing. And in general also. No result. No results whatsoever. Oh, now there are results. No, there are still no results. The result is the search. Which tried to open a pop-up. It is a government page, so don't expect it to work. But this is genuinely ridiculous. I'm going website through website and none of them works. You're seeing this too, right? I'm not making it up. The heat is not making me hallucinate that everything is failing, right? This is actually happening. Oh, because I'm not logged in to the patent searching website. Sorry, I deleted my account last week. I thought I wouldn't use it anymore. Anyway, whatever the fuck is happening anymore, Google Patents says it's still active. Can you link me? Because apparently Google Patents couldn't find it for me. Like, I genuinely tried. Watch this. That's not it. Oh, there it is. It came up. Okay. Adjusted They renewed the fucking patent? They renewed a patent on page up, page down. Scummy fucking people. What the fuck do you even need it for? Like, genuinely, it's such a stupid patent. Holy shit. That is ridiculous. They renewed the patent. It was meant to expire on the 9th of June 2026. A patent that they got granted in 2008. They really filed for it in 2005, but they were only granted in 2008. meant to expire in June of this year. 21 years after they applied for this patent, and they renewed it. A patent on buttons that all of us have on our keyboards, as long as we don't have the smallest keyboard possible. And even if you have a small keyboard, there's a chance that on the side you're going to have a page up, page down button. But you don't get to use them to actually go one page up and one page down because Microsoft will not allow you. According to this, it is adjusted expiration. That is ridiculous. Why would this patent even be granted in the first place? A method and system in a document viewer for scrolling a substantially exact increment in a document such as one page, regardless of whether the zoom is such that some, all, or one page is currently being viewed. Regardless of whether the zoom is such that... No, I already read that part. In one implementation, pressing a page up, page down keyboard key button allows you to begin at any starting vertical location within a page and navigate to that same location on the next or previous page. If a user is viewing a page in a starting viewing area from the middle of that page and ending at the bottom, a page down command will cause the next page to be shown in the viewing area starting at the middle of the page and ending at the bottom of the next page. Similar behavior occurs when there is more than one column of pages being displayed in a row. They own the patent on page up, page down. They officially do. Which is, by the way, why I'm not allowed to do a proper page up, page down. Instead, I have to do it with a -1. That is insane. Why the fuck do they own that patent? Who granted them this patent? There is a button called page up, page down on keyboards. Probably older than Microsoft as a company. And then they granted them a patent for that. Which means no one is allowed to use them for what the buttons say that they do. And more than 20 years later, they're allowing it to continue. Cool! Boy, the United States has been a net positive for humanity now, hasn't it? Yep. Cool. That is ridiculous. Okay, well, we are not allowed to use it like they want. Like the name of the button. We're not allowed to use it in any document viewer whatsoever because Microsoft owns a patent on it. Do you realize how ridiculous that is? And I was hoping maybe they were gonna let it expire, but why the fuck would I think that? It's Microsoft. They're literally evil. And stupid as fuck. Jesus. I know they say not to attribute to malice what you can attribute to stupidity, but in this case, it's both. It is a useless company that is also actively evil because, mind you, they would not be able to continue if they weren't evil. Like, their only way of staying afloat for a company this shitty is to cheat. There's no other way that Microsoft could exist in the current market, in any market, when it started or now. Doesn't matter. Literally, Microsoft could not exist if they were playing fair. Which is why they don't play fair. That is actively so stupid. Holy fuck. Anyway. Yeah, text editor without page up or page down. Really, the cheat there is to go one line up. Or whatever the fuck Emacs is doing. Like, genuinely, Emacs is always just doing its own thing. Emacs is always doing its own thing. Anyway, moving on. Can't use page up and page down. However, I did say I want to make my code editor scriptable. Okay, I don't want it to work like this. Whatever the fuck Emacs is doing, I don't want that. That is ridiculous. One thing that I really wanted to have, which I really like about Emacs, is that it's text-based interface. It works as a text-based way of interacting with the system. Not even just code. You can really use it for anything that is text-based. Which is what I really like about Emacs. If only it was, you know, made by people who have used a computer before, that would be so great. But that's kind of what we're trying to do today. Then, I already wrote text-based twice actually, and like literally nothing works like you would expect it to. What a ridiculous, ridiculous system. Easy to use, not made by someone that's used a computer before. Customizable and scriptable. Keyboard and mouse. Text-based interface. Then I guess like also multiple buffers is a thing that I'm really starting to like in Emacs. One thing that I really like about Emacs, for example, that I sure fucking hope they don't have patented or something. Then again, I highly doubt GNU has patents on shit. But if I want to go back to the previous file that I was looking at, I just press Control X and then arrow keys. In other editors, there are ways of doing it, like Control Tab. Similar to how it works on a browser. I use Control Tab in a browser a lot, and it's pretty useful. But these back buttons, sometimes I struggle to understand what they're doing. It just opened the file. Now it's doing nothing. Oh, for a while there it did nothing. Then it went back to moving around. This button is genuinely incomprehensible to me. It is unknowable. So I do want that kind of behavior. Maybe Control Tab, maybe something with the arrow keys to make it a little bit more explicit. Doesn't really matter. But since I plan on making it kind of customizable, it can be whatever you want. Anyway, there's an ad starting on Twitch, so I'll be back in 3 minutes. I'll probably just get started writing some code with it. Okay. We are done with Lisp for today. It's time to make a code editor. Well, a text editor. That is, again, an important thing that I like about Emacs. It is a text-based editor that you can use to write code. That is one thing that I want to use it for, because it makes it very easily extensible. And I'm planning on taking that kind of further. I would like to make it so that you can expand it with as little work as possible. If you want to do it without having to go down the rabbit hole of writing your own extension, and without going down the rabbit hole of installing some extension, it should be possible to do so. Now, a Lisp interpreter should be able to handle the complex parts of that. But really what I was thinking is, I think I already closed it, so I can't really show it anymore. But that language that I showed earlier, that was supposed to be a text parsing system, works like regex works internally, but much easier for you to write than regex, because all the symbols that regular expressions use make them very difficult to read. So essentially, just something that has a little bit more breathing room. Like, let's say, for example, that I want to parse a document like this one, and very much in pseudocode. I do, actually, these are called headings, right? So heading, I define what a heading looks like. It starts with this symbol, then followed by, let's say, anything. And we define end of line as the terminator for it. When one of these is matched, which, by the way, this kind of syntax I saw in the awk language, then format it with, text size 10, something like that. A kind of declarative language that allows me to write something like this. Very simplified, but that is the idea. It should make it possible to somewhat be able to parse certain like command line outputs to make them a little bit better formatted, and so allow you to run certain helper tools within the editor itself. And since everything is text-based, it should be able to handle that properly. For that matter, high chance that this ends up mixed with the terminal, because I always say that Emacs is what the terminal should have been in terms of the way that it interacts with text-based stuff, the way that it's extensible, the way that it has like multiple buffers, the way that it works on a buffer at a time, like it has the concept of a buffer. So who knows, maybe I'll end up merging it with the terminal. At least a code base should be possible to merge with the terminal. But we can get started. All right, like I showed before, I already have an existing code editor. I showed how I can't have page up and page down because of fucking patents. But I do have movement. I could restore a little bit page up, page down. And I was actually planning, for me at least, to be able to move between functions with that. Then one thing that I like about Emacs is being able to quickly move between files that I have open, history-based, which you can also do with other editors with Control-Tab. One thing that I don't like about other editors is how I can never understand what this is going to do. It seems to follow the position that my cursor used to be in, but even then it doesn't feel fully consistent to that rule, so I don't know. There is a tab bar mode if you like tab view and Z. Tab bars can be useful. I don't know if I want my editor to have tab bars, for example, but maybe. Also, I want the layout to be as dynamic as possible. That's another thing that I really like about this fuck-ass thing. I can easily do... It doesn't let me do it anymore. Okay. I can easily do this to a certain extent. Right, I can't go any further than that. And I still don't know how to cycle between them, by the way. Okay, I'm gonna stop doing that. I just realized they're all open on the same buffer. That's why changing one changes all of them. Alright, I like being able to do this. I find this to be helpful. So I don't mind it. Maybe I want to use tabs, but for something else? I'm not sure. Like, one thing that I don't like about being able to switch between buffers is that I will find buffers like this one. This is a buffer from Clang. This is not something that I opened. And yeah, it ends up in my history and makes it actually difficult to navigate my history, because what the hell is all this shit? Right, when really I'm trying to switch between this file and, well, this one that I can't get back to. So maybe I'll wanna like use tabs to separate between I have to close all of these. Maybe I want to use tabs to separate between the editor's tabs, other programs tabs, and the ones opened by the user or something. I don't know. Per project buffers, something like that. Yeah, divide per project, and then also helper buffers, if you will. So yeah, something like that. A little bit tab based. Let's call it tabs per project. But it should be also customizable. Again, if I make this whole thing customizable, won't really need that to think about it too much. All right, so the code editor that we have is this. And one thing that I did that was is the fact that pressing Alt1, function 1, function F1, yeah, pressing F1 opens this project browser. Right now I don't have a project open, so I can open a normal browser. I can do projects, code, and then Braincode, its own code. Option enter. Now I'm in the project browser, and the project browser allows me to, open a specific file like this. And now if I go F1, this is my project, I can switch between files in my project. What I can't do is enter other subfolders. So it has a concept of a current project and a current file, of course. But we'll need to refactor that a little bit. And one thing about this one is that even though the visually it's literally all just text, it is actually a subview. This thing is a subview. It is in reality my file browser being run, fuck right off, being run inside of this little slice that it was provided. Okay, Linux, you messed up my entire... Now my mouse is messed up. Whenever QEMU resizes, it messes up my mouse. That's really annoying. And pressing Command left does what it just did. Like snaps it to the left. But doing right does not snap it to the right. Oh, maybe not the first time. Okay. Yeah, so this is literally like a UI interface. It's not text-based. Because I hadn't really thought of, maybe I should make it text-based. If I hadn't made it text-based, then all I need is the behavior of it. I don't really need um, the whole UI of it. All right, so I'll be able to get rid of this thing, like this custom behavior. Much as it can be useful in other places, it's not really useful here, so I can get rid of it. And instead, have it be text-based. All right. Much as I would love to be able to use the editor itself, the scroll is still a little broken. So for now, I can't really use it to code itself. We'll get there, but we're not there yet. It's getting closer. It can do most of the basic behaviors that you would need to edit a file within itself, but it cannot, it's not very easy to use yet. Hear the word GNU? Yet. If my software is not easy to use, I will continue working on it until it is. Try it sometime. Give it a shot. Give it a shot. Maybe you'll like it. Maybe you'll like it. Anyway, another thing that I want to do is I want to not run it inside of the OS for now, because I want it to truly replace all my other editors. So I'm just going to upgrade the project to my new build pipeline. And with that, do you need to refresh? Are you serious? There. With that, it should be possible for it to I'm blanking on the word. To run on native, yes, that's what I mean. All right, now the name of the editor is Braincode because it was a code editor specifically, but I don't want it to be a code editor. I want it to be a text editor. It is a text-based editor. And like I said, if I like it enough and I make it powerful enough, it will replace the terminal. So I'm just going to shorten to Brain. Something as simple as selecting text and then replacing it does not work like it should. So unintuitive. My God. Who designed this shit? Like, compliments to the chef. You've made the worst unintuitive software I've ever used. All right. God, I need to include a library. Stallman himself did he know? You know, I actually haven't. I wanted to read on the history of Emacs today. I just don't have much time. It's a family of text editors. It's dysfunctional family, but a family of text editors nonetheless. My dude, if my face was featured on an Emacs article, I would not be smiling. 1970s at the MIT AI lab. Okay. That's funny as fuck. Whose PDP-6 and PDP-10 computers used to the incompatible time-sharing system, operating system that featured a default line editor. Why is it called incompatible? I want to read about that, but later. That's not really relevant. Unlike most modern text editors, Techo, which is the one that they had, text editor and corrector, used separate modes in which the user would either add text, edit existing text, or display the document. Well, no wonder they made it so unintuitive. This was already shit. Like, the basis of it was shit. One could not place characters directly into a document by typing them into Techo. One would instead enter the character I in the Techo command language, telling it to switch to input mode, enter the required characters, during which time the edited text was not displayed on the screen, and finally enter the character escape to switch the editor back to command mode. Hold on. Hold on. It's starting to sound a little familiar. I never realized that vi is literally vim. Like, it's not actually vi. Even if you run vi, you're actually running vim. I've heard this story before. With pressing the I to type characters into a text editor, you have to give it a command. Because it doesn't allow you to edit by default. Yeah, it sounds familiar. Although it doesn't display on the screen until you press escape. That part, I will say, at least Vim doesn't have. I click on. By the 1970s, it was already old. Imagine that. Richard Stallman visited the Stanford AI lab in 1976 and saw the lab's e-editor written by Fred Wright. He was impressed by the editor's intuitive... No way you're using that word right now. WYSIWYG, or what you see is what you get behavior. And he decided to do the exact opposite, is what you're telling me, right? He decided to do the exact opposite. Which has since become the default behavior of most modern text editors. Famously not Emacs. He returned to MIT, where Carl Mickelson, a hacker at the AI lab, had added a Techo and a combined display editing mode called Control-R that allowed the screen display to be updated each time the user entered a keystroke. He re-implemented this mode to run efficiently and then added a macro feature to the Techo display editing program. Has random access editing. Okay, when are we gonna get to the actual Emacs? Okay, I see it here. A new version of Techo quickly became popular at the AI lab and soon accumulated a large collection of custom macros whose names after ended in Mac or Max, which stood for macro. Makes sense. 2 years later, Guy Steele, by the way, such a cool name, took on the project of unifying the diverse macros into a single set. Steele and Stallman finished implementation, including facilities for extending and documenting the new macro set. The resulting system was called Emacs, editing macros, or alternative E with macros. Okay. What about GNU Emacs, though? Stallman. Because before it was Gosling Emacs, for Ryan Gosling, obviously. Or James Gosling, whatever. Doesn't matter. By the way, I love that they were like, oh my god, you guys have a very simple, intuitive code editor. Let's not do that. And thus, Emacs was born. You like modal editing. I don't know what that is. I used evil mode in Emacs for years, but now have been designing own modal editing system. I both think it's good, but I think Vim system is bad, Helix is better. What is modal editing? A normal modeless edit. Oh, okay. Insert mode. The Wikipedia article on Vi has a section on modes. How did I get here? I clicked on one result, all of a sudden I'm on the last one? What? Is actually a mode of the earlier X editor, Originally, X lacked a full screen editing capability. Now, genuinely, how did I get to that one? Interesting. No, I do not like this modal editing stuff. Absolutely not. Vine, its successor Vim, are modal. There are two primary modes, insert and normal mode, where you enter arguments. I don't like that. I like actually that Emacs allows me to just type by default. And if I need to type a command, I do Alt X. I like that. I don't mind that. That is useful. All right. So, back to my code editor now. I need to add to it the... I forgot Lisp is editing this thing right now, so hold on. I mean, not Lisp, close without saving, yeah. Yes. Annoying ass. Binary, you're gonna build for native. You're gonna compile main.c, and then you also need to libs local lib. I need a local lib. It's not being super easy to navigate here. Okay. Local lib called uno. Local lib is undefined. Ah, right. It's red built. Its path is in the root folder. That is correct. Plus the name Uno. That should be correct anyway. But it's not. Let me see how I'm adding libraries. Here's how I'm adding libraries. I'm adding a local library called redlib. Then the library points to this. But besides that, you should be able to find it. A local library called Uno. Should be okay with that. Unless the default dependencies are like overriding the other one. There's a lot of stuff that I haven't actually tested in this editor, so I see. Okay. Yeah. Quick build. Okay, when you add dependencies, I am setting to this value what you're supposed to concatenate. The existing value with the default value. Concatenate list. Okay, yes. Good. Now the only problem is it's not called libuno, it's called just uno. So libuno.a. And file in the wrong format. Which I should be able to just do build t native. What now? How are these undefined references? To statf exec? What? Oh, I think the order of them is wrong. It's supposed to be... No, hold on. In the linker, the correct order for these things is this library, which is used by this library, which is used by this file. Which is the exact order that I'm doing these things in, but you're missing all of these. Wait, hold on. On entry, refresh, enter path, exec, statf. Yeah, let me see how I was doing them in my other build system. It's getting hot as hell in here too. My god. Alright, first off, it was rebuilding the library itself, so that was very helpful. Second, it was creating the library here as the first dependency. Or as the last dependency, is what I'm not sure about. Like, if I put this here, will that work? No. Okay, I think this is where Linux jank comes in. And I need to add some extra dependencies to this entire thing, or no, it literally has the same problem with the old build system. That's new. Okay, so I guess something else is happening? My kernel isn't good enough and decides to kill the whole VM. That's nice. Why is userspace even allowed to do that? That's not right. These things that are missing, statf, exec, are they literally just not implemented? For cross-platform, maybe? Oh my god, they're not implemented for cross-platform. But what about GPU char size? It's not implemented for cross-platform. Although there's no reason why this wouldn't be. Whoops. Okay, what can I do about this then? It's not a build system error. It's literally just not able to load properly. Because it's missing a bunch of functions. All right, so first off, get it to compile, restart Clang, got an LSP back at least. Then I think I'm just gonna have to get rid of all references to the file browser for the time being, just comment them out, which I kinda needed to do anyway. So yeah, get rid of all of that. Or should I just start over? Okay, I'm gonna start it over. That probably makes it a lot easier. And leave this as it was. All right. So we're going to include the UI library, which is actually what powers most of the text editor, which is why I'm so comfortable starting over. We're going to make a main function with argc and argv. Then boilerplate, request a draw context, which we will store as context in order to be able to draw to the screen. Then while I do have this thing of should close context, which I don't use, but I do have it. While it should stay open, then just commit, do a draw, and that is the entirety of our application for now. And maybe include the file that includes all of these. Okay, there we have it. New beginnings. New beginnings. A new code editor. Isn't it beautiful? Isn't it already so much easier to use than Emacs? Here's all the things that you can do with it. And you don't need to learn any commands to do them. That is so much better than Emacs already. Vim? Forget about that. Flop editor. Fuck that. Come on. All right. Okay, so again, I want it to be window-based, and this is the part that's gonna be a little bit interesting, is opening a bunch of buffers for it, and like the tiling behavior that most editors have. Z has it too, for that matter. Z is able to do split panes as well. Control K then write. That's even less intuitive than Emacs. Holy mother of God. Control and K, and then that didn't work. Did you lie to me? Control K and then write. Control K and then, okay, you have to do it like that. It's not super intuitive. How much can you handle of this? Don't think you can handle more than... Zed, what the fuck are you doing? Alright, it can handle that. So yeah, I wanted to have that. And again, like Emacs, I want it so that everything in it is just considered to be a buffer. Because down here in Z, I'm only allowed to have bash open. Here, I'm only allowed to have the file browser or one of these things, which all resize the window a little bit. That's kind of annoying. And here, I'm only allowed to have text files. And for that matter, one thing that really pisses me off, if I try to open a file in this same window that isn't owned by Z, that isn't in part of this project or these projects that I have open, because I have 3 projects open in this window right now. If I try to open a file that isn't in these windows, Z will not let me. It will open it in a new window. which is not what I want. And moving it into this window is impossible as far as I can tell. Don't do that. Don't do that. I like that Emacs actually does let me do that properly. So, congrats Emacs. I'm quite surprised you're able to handle that properly. With that being said, it should be possible for me to do something like that, right? I should create a draw function or a draw windows. Now, I'm gonna be so for real with you, Emacs. You should have called these frames and these windows. And if you realized that you made a mistake, change the name. Don't keep a stupid, literally backwards name in 2026. All right. It should be possible to handle something like, let's do a horizontal split. I'm hoping to create some helpers for this thing, but maybe here I do want to copy some boilerplate off of here. That is pretty convenient. Hey Stony, how's it going? Alright, this has like a color palette and stuff like that, which we'll have to copy over, but we don't really need it for the time being. We can get rid of it. Sleepy but good. How are you? I'm doing good. File a relative path. What was this? Right. It's hot as hell in here, but I'm overall doing good. We have a text field info, which has the content of our text field and any other relevant information here. Maybe cursor color, multi-line, offset, placeholder, selection. I don't really want any of these. Right, so just a very basic. This is supposed to be a buffer. And this needs to be a compile time constant, so you don't like that, of course. This is where I do wish I could do a little bit of metaprogramming. What now? Oh, do I need to include? This is a pointer to a buffer. Okay. Yeah, all of this is a lot of boilerplate just to create one buffer, but I should be able to make it simpler. But okay. There's nothing happening on the screen because I forgot to draw to the screen. And I forgot to tell the UI library what to draw to the screen, which I forgot the name for. set something about document, set document view. Okay, it's not a super intuitive name because it doesn't have the name of the library in it. And the canvas is going to be I don't have a helper function for this, so I'm going to create one real quick. I'm going to return a GPU rect made up of 0.00 size context with context height, which is just a structure that I need to be able to fill this in. All right. I think I copied it in the wrong place, or no. I think this was supposed to actually have an ID. Hello, Abby. How's it going? Maybe if I had done this properly, instead of commenting everything out. I don't think we need a text formatting, but it would be nice to have, I don't know, a foreground color. Though nothing works. Cool. How could it possibly work when there's no text inside of the buffer? All right, there it is. See how much simpler it is than Emacs? Isn't that great? Finally moved to Linux after a lot of headaches with Windows. I see you also shifted to KDE. Hey, congratulations on your shift. And yeah, I switched to KDE. It's nicer. It looks nicer. I switched to Linux about a year ago, actually. It was like in July, I believe. That's when my Windows computer pissed me off for the last time. Well, Windows computer, it's the same computer, but like, pissed me off for the last time, switched to Linux. That was that. I don't play online games, so I miss nothing. I would say I miss stability, but Windows never had any of that, so no big deal. All right, I still don't know why I have this thing, by the way, but whatever. All right. We have a text editor, and now I want to be able to write into it. So it should be possible for me to do, I don't know, keyboard event, fill it in with a read event, and then dispatch that to the No, it still doesn't let me edit. I also need to select the current document. I'm able to edit. Although it's being weird. Oh, because I'm not refreshing the view, perhaps? Look at that. Doom Emacs? No, Emacs is doomed. I should have called my stream that. Emacs is doomed. That's a stupid name. But I probably still should have done it. Okay. So I need a fair bit of boilerplate in order to be able to write, to create a buffer. I essentially need a text field info for the formatting of the buffer. I need a buffer for the actual contents of the buffer. This is probably going to be the most complicated part to kind of modularize. I need to call this function which creates a buffer for me. And then I just tell my view how to draw the buffer. And I tell it to refresh, pretty much. Oh, and I select the buffer. I'm given an ID here, which is hard-coded to 1 right now. I select that one, and I can pass it keyboard events, and I can even pass it mouse events if I so wish. Just by getting the mouse data. And if get mouse status data, I dispatch... Wait, hold on. This is not an if, is it? Yeah, this is a void. I can just do uno dispatch mouse with the mouse data and no modifier. Cool. It defaults to not wrapping because it's supposed to be for a code editor. So if I keep typing, it fills up, but now it does that. Cool. I can also scroll, though I'm not sure what we're scrolling to, but I can. And now if I make this horizontal, there will be no change. Right. But if I create another buffer, ugh, I hate when I need to sneeze and then I don't. If I create another buffer, which again requires a fair bit of boilerplate at this point, then I can do that. And I have two buffers next to each other. Although, yeah, that's pretty simple. Another thing I need to do, I need to make that whole thing a little bit bigger, perhaps. But it is helpful for handling this. Now, the real problem that I have here is that this is how I'm defining these buffers, by calling functions. Not the buffers, but like the actual view layout. I'm doing it by calling a bunch of functions, which internally, could you please show me what they actually do? Thank you. Internally, just call more functions, create a whole tree structure, and do a bunch of calculations when they're creating that tree structure. I don't really have an easy way to modularize that so that I can create arbitrary views. But what I can do, unfortunately, I don't think the UI library is capable right now of handling adding nodes dynamically without refreshing everything else. or like actual state-based refreshing. So I think the best thing I can do is to consider, like, have the layout be defined by the code editor and then pass it into the view. So essentially here I would have a definition of this, like, that defines which an ID, a buffer that they point to, or even just the ID should be enough actually to point to the buffer. This information gets stored. Okay, you know what? There's an ad starting. It gives me a little bit of time to think about this, so I'll be back in 3 minutes. And I'll see how to handle being able to create new sections programmatically. Okay, I'm back. How do I put this? I stood up from this chair, which means for about 5 seconds I didn't have a fan blasting in my face, and it was horrible. I feel actively dizzy from that happening for literally like a minute. So that's amazing. Love these circumstances. Anyway, All right. So I was thinking, how do I make my code editor be able to display, I'm going to call them frames, um, like Emacs does. You know, I can just choose to open a frame under, then to the right, then to the left of the current frame. I was thinking about like how to do that with the UI library that I'm using, because the UI library kind of refreshes everything. And even if it didn't, which it shouldn't, but right now it does, refreshes the entire view whenever you make one change. Even though it shouldn't do that, it isn't really meant to be built kind of dynamically. You know, you have a view and then you're like, add this thing to the view. It doesn't work like that. Instead, it is meant to have a single definition of what the view looks like. It's supposed to be kind of declarative, right? Which it's done with this. And right now we have two code editor, two text buffers next to each other. There's no way to select this one, I think. No, there isn't. But it does kind of mean that I need to come up with a system for my code editor to decide its layout, right? To define its layout like, well, like this, but then do, you know, horizontal, let's say then, I should actually be able to do this. Vertical. Then horizontal again. That should give me, there we go. Two buffers, the same one on the left side, splitting in half, and one buffer on the right. The point is, I'm writing all of this with code, whereas I should do it with data. So how do I do that? Like I'm really trying to think of the most compact way of defining that data structure. But there really isn't much I can do. I'm just going to have to define it's stack-based for stuff, like a stack-based layout system, where I can just tell it, put a buffer here, put this there, put a vertical, horizontal split. It's a little bit more complex than that, because you don't always add, but... Okay, so not stack-based. I think link-based, right? Where essentially I start with, look at that beautiful drawing. That beautiful drawing. I'm gonna keep it. I start with a root node, which is like a single buffer being open, buffer 1. And then I'm like, hold on, split the screen and create a new buffer. So I'm going to create the new buffer, and then I'm going to create also a parent for these two. So it's kind of graph-based. That's what I want. A vertical parent for these, well, no, a horizontal parent. Then when you're in this buffer, split the screen vertically. That means, you know, replace this with its new parent. So yeah, it's a tree-based structure that we're gonna be doing. It's just separate from the tree-based structure that the UI library uses, which is a little bit unfortunate, but it should work. All right, so start by defining some types, or maybe even do it in its own little thing. Let's call it a tree layout. All right. You can have content, you can have horizontal, and you can have vertical. And we're going to call this one the tree layout type. Then I want to make it into a linked list type of structure. Well, it's a tree structure, so really it's just going to have a pointer to the next element. It kind of sucks that I'm doing a layout system when I already have one. But this one is more actually structured, whereas the other one is more declarative. Anyway, it's going to have a type. A data structure, and then it is going to point to itself, well, not to itself, but like to its own type, to point to the first child and to point to the next element. Okay. Actually, this doesn't need to be like that. Just an index will work to indicate which buffer do you use for your layout. That's it. I hope. Is it, do I maybe make a convenience pointer to its parent? That should be okay. All right. So draw frame, better if I make it a recursive function. It's going to draw an element of the tree layout node type. All right, it's going to switch on the node's type. I just clicked on populate switch. It deleted the switch and the lower bracket, the closing bracket, and it left me with this. Absolutely insane behavior going on here, Zed. Great job. And people ask me, why do you think Zed is vibe coded? Is that gonna be a problem? Like, who cares if it's vibe coded? It is literally becoming glitchier every day. And more unusable. And this is why I'm moving away from it. Also, please stop vibe coding for the love of God. It doesn't work. Stop pretending. All right. When we have a horizontal node, then you do a begin horizontal with, you don't really need any info. You just use this. then you close the horizontal stack, then you break, but inside of it, you will call draw element on its children. Also, if no node, return, or even, if first child. All right, so it will draw all of its children inside of this stack, which will lay them out horizontally. All right, vertical is going to do the exact same thing, except instead of being horizontal, it is going to be vertical. Why is it that I'm trying to use Z and more I find it unusable? It breaks. Just more every time. What am I supposed to think of this? Am I not supposed to blame vibecoding when it used to work and now it doesn't anymore? Everything's so amazing. And then when we want to render one of these, this is the actual text editor. Its ID, we're going to use node index. I'm not sure how this will handle like multiple ones. Well, it handles it okay. Like multiple ones pointing to the same one, so we're good. Fill with wrapper and default color is fine. All right, so that's it. And then if the node has a sibling, then we will draw the sibling. That should be the entire logic for rendering this. I do need logic though for, well, not really. There is one more thing missing, which is like holding this information somewhere for the different buffers. But anyway, we'll get to it little by little. Start getting rid of it. Okay. We're going to need somewhere to store these nodes. So we're going to have a tree layout node root. And another pointer to the current node. Which I'll need to figure out how to update this pointer correctly, but for now it's fine. All right, so the functionality is pretty much just split horizontal and split vertical. No, that's not. I'm not sure where to begin establishing my layout. At first, I'm going to have a single buffer, right? So yeah, I'm going to have a single buffer. So that buffer is going to be placed in the root. I'm going to call this, I don't know what to call this, but the root is going to become a new, let me control my allocations a little bit more. allocate the root, and then its type is going to be content. Its index is going to be 1, and it's going to have nothing else to it. I'm not gonna lie, this heat is making it really difficult to think. Glad we're back to this one again. It's been like a week since the last heat wave, so okay, it's genuinely hard to think. Jesus Christ. Alright, I think there is one, but can't really tell what's going on. I'm also not calling this with the draw element root. And it crashes. Great. Man, it's just called brain dial. Somewhere in draw element it crashed. We don't know exactly where because this thing is useless. Oh my god. Okay. How much janking can happen at the same time? I'm genuinely so annoyed. That GDB can never give me anything useful. Once again, the GNU debugger. I was shocked that GNU makes shitty software. At this point, it's my fault for expecting it to work. Like, genuinely, it doesn't work. It just doesn't work. Luckily, I figured out the issue, because Christ. Alright, so that's my default. But now, my current layout node, I'm going to point it to the root. And I want to split it. So I'm going to do a new layout buffer. And I'm going to indicate whether it's going to be vertical or horizontal. All right. Which, yeah, okay. If it's horizontal, hold on, I didn't prefix these. That's not helpful. All right, if it's horizontal, to do a little bit of boilerplate. If it is horizontal, we're gonna set it to that, otherwise it's gonna be vertical. All right, we're gonna check the current node. Its parent type. If it's not equal to this type, we will need to kind of reparent the whole thing to create a new stack. If there is no parent also. And also, if there is no layout node, we're going to set it to the root. Can't see the beginning of this project on YouTube. This specific project, I just started it now, technically. I didn't have a code editor, but I am rewriting most of everything except for like the actual text editing functionality and layout system. Though I'm rewriting the layout system to be dynamic, so kind of also that. Okay, anyway. All right, we will need to reparent. So I'm going to create a void tree reparent. Hold on. Let's say that I'm currently, like this is what my view looks like. Actually, let me do this in Emacs. Please close all the buffers. God, okay. I have just one. I technically have this one, but let's ignore that. And let's say that I want to split it horizontally. And then I want to split it vertically. The horizontal stays there. So what I do is I replace this buffer with a stack of 2 buffers inside of it. So the one that I replace is the current node. Which means I need to modify the parent. All right. First off, I need to create a new one of these. That is going to be my I don't really need that function. I can just do it from here. That is going to be my stack. It is going to be set to this type, be it horizontal or vertical. Then, if there is a parent, I'm going to have to replace a child inside of this parent. So I'm going to call that function on the current layout and the new node. Otherwise, I'm just going to set the new root node to be the new node. And that's what I need to do in both cases. Then I'm going to set... That's it. Okay, that's it. Then, of course, I'm going to give my new node here as a child the current layout node. So reparenting the current node into one that is going to allow other nodes to be added later. Now the reparenting, we will need to check if the child has a parent. Otherwise, we can't really do anything to reparent when you don't have a parent. Then we're going to go through all the children of this with a for loop, actually. All the children of this parent. So parent first child. So long as there is a child, setting it to its own next. So iterating through a linked list of children, pretty much. And if the child is the one that we are looking to replace, we need to also keep track of the previous node. Then this is where we replace it, and then return. We will replace it with the new node. So the new node's next is going to be the child's next. That way we continue the list onward, and then the previous node needs to continue the list. If there is a previous node, then the previous node's next, instead of pointing to this child, will now point to the new one. So replacement like that. And what is happening to Z today? It is genuinely removing lines of code now? That is ridiculous. Why is it removing an entire line of code when I press backspace? Either I'm tripping, or Z is being more and more broken every day. Spoiler alert, it's the second one. Alright, that should do the whole replacement. So, if we need to replace, we do it like that. Then once we've done the replacement, the has the current layout node changed? No, it stays the same. Then the current layout node's next is going to be replaced with, well, not replaced, but we're going to give it a new sibling, which is going to be a tree content. No index for now. So I'm going to give it index 1, hard-coded. Sibling. Okay, so this entire thing should take a buffer, split it horizontally or vertically, check its parent. If it's already a horizontal or vertical stack like the one that we need, then it just adds a new element. No, it doesn't do that right now. That's the part that's missing. That's the part that's currently missing. But yes, it's supposed to do that. And if there is and if it's a different stack, then the current element gets replaced with a stack of the kind that we want, horizontal or vertical, where the current element is the first child and the new element is the new child. But again, the part that's missing is if we already have the correct stack, we need to get to the end of it. And once we get to the end of it, that's where we will place the sibling. Well, no, we don't really need to do that. We just do that. Alright, so I think maybe that's not necessary. We don't need to put it at the end. Alright, hold on. Close, close. Alright. Let's say that I want to split one way and then another. Yeah, this one got created in between, oh, after this buffer, which is the one that created it. Not at the end. So we're good. Although it is always being placed, like it's still splitting this one, always. So, okay, always split. Okay. And I'm going to do if event key equals to key space. When we press space, we're going to do this call, which is what? New layout buffer, horizontal. And if I do key enter, then it's going to be vertical. And of course, you don't have the right file, so I need to include key input key codes. All right. This stuff is wasn't super fun to write. How am I in a different file right now? What is happening to Z? Is my computer malfunctioning from the heat? How am I suddenly in this completely separate file from the one that I was editing a minute ago? I'm actually not understanding what is happening. Okay, that kind of worked, but like, not really. It's a bit hard to tell what's happening. The first time I did it, it worked. The second time it didn't, and when I did it vertical, oh, it works. Okay. And then it messes itself up. Said is garbage, use Emacs. Have you seen Emacs? Emacs is the entire reason I'm making my own editor. That's how shitty it is. They're both shitty as fuck. That's the reason I'm making my own editor. They're both... Like, Z used to be good. In the last 10 minutes, I've had like 10 random glitches that I have never seen before. That's genuinely surprising. I have no idea what's happening. Genuinely no idea what is happening there. And Emacs doesn't make any sense. Okay, the dog wee on the bed. No. I think he was licking his paws, hopefully, and missed and licked the bed. It's a thing that he does a lot, apparently. Holy hell, it's actually so hot in here, it's hard to concentrate. It is actually, I haven't done this in a while, but I want to check the weather. Why did I do that? Why did I do that? Why did I do that? That was a genuinely bad idea. It is 37 degrees. Which is not even as bad as it could possibly be. But luckily it's as bad as it's going to be today. I am genuinely struggling to concentrate with what I'm doing. And yet I've been able to do it. It's not working properly, but there is supposed to be a layout system going on here. If I press space, it is actually creating a horizontal tab. If I press enter, well, I don't know what the fuck it's doing anymore. But like, it kind of works. Obviously, I'm gonna need a debugger for this. So how about I just make a debugger for this? Only 18 here. Where is that? I need to move. I am genuinely struggling right now. And that's what my function is gonna be called because I don't have the mental capacity right now to give it a name. Now okay, debug tree. Northern Germany. Okay, I'm moving. Fuck it. Do I speak German? No. Do I like German? No. Do I care? Yes. But look at that. Utils indent. Perfect. I have the file that I need. Okay. Let's see if it's able to handle this now. Show code options already fails. Show code options. Populate switch does this shit. Deletes half my code in the process. Is Zed genuinely breaking in real time? It is doing things that it wasn't doing a few days ago. The problem is, because of the AI pushes, every day there's a new update and there has a high probability of breaking the editor. I disabled updates. So how does it continue to break in real time? Functions that worked yesterday don't work anymore. I am horrified at what is happening to Zed right now. I'm actually so. I have to say the weather is putting me in a bad mood, but also, what the fuck, Zed? You don't actually need an index, you just need this. Could be a clank problem. Yeah, but I also haven't updated that. So what is causing this? Alright, there's just a very simple debug function. That I can call. There. Okay. So that is not a great start. Wait, I think I just didn't like do, yeah, I didn't do breaks everywhere except for the vertical one. So it's just printing a lot of garbage there. Okay. It's also printing twice. Oh my god, it's doing it twice. Event type equal to key press. Okay. 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 Okay, it's been a little weird, but I think At least the behavior makes more sense now. The really weird, hard to understand behavior that was happening there is because I was pressing and releasing the key, which is two events. I was acting on both. All editors are getting worse as they add more AI junk. Part is true. Emacs problem is not AI by any means. Even Zed's problem is not AI. It's the fact. Well, it's not the AI features because you can disable them. It's the fact that they're using AI to build the editor. It just keeps adding crap until the crap becomes unmanageable for humans. So they stop coding. The AI keeps coding until eventually it adds too much crap for the AI to handle, and then we end up with this shit breaking all the time. It's like, okay, listen, the switch not populating correctly may be a Clang issue. Sure. But the fact that I was typing in this file and suddenly found myself in this file makes zero sense. Zed is either haunted or vibe coding, which is essentially the same thing. Okay, it still prints twice, so that also makes things very confusing. All right, there we go. So I had two buffers. I pressed space, which created a horizontal new buffer. So now I have a horizontal stack with two buffers inside of it. Now I'm going to press horizontal again, and nothing changed. So that's already mistake number one. Why did that happen? Well, I went into the new layout buffer. If there isn't a current buffer, set it to the root. Okay. Then you're going to check if the type is horizontal or vertical. Okay, that's fine. You're going to create this new node. Its first child is going to be the current. And its next child is going to be the sibling that we're creating. And then you're going to reparent oh wait, I just realized. Well, first off, this is supposed to be a null pointer. And second, for both of these, for both the current layout node, the parent needs to be the new node, and the same thing goes for the sibling. I'm sure I can clean up this logic once I'm not, suffering from heat stroke. There it goes. There it goes. Okay, that is the correct behavior. Okay, cool. Look how easy that was. I don't know why it's doing that. Why there's a gap there, but it is working. Kind of. No, it is working. Okay, so I think I did what I needed to do. Another thing that I need to do is maybe give this code editor a normal window size, because it's a ridiculous window size we're suffering from here. I could make it a 1920 by 1080. Okay, that was the kind of easy part, I have to say. The somewhat difficult part is going to be I finally know what to call this init tree. Anyway, going between all of these nodes, because this whole layout system isn't even the real layout system. This is just a way for me to programmatically create nodes, which then the UI system uses to create its own nodes. So it's like an abstraction on top of the UI systems. DOM, I guess, is what it's called. But that means, how do I switch between these buffers that I'm creating? First off, how does Emacs do it? It's probably a really, really stupid way. Actually, I never found out how to cycle between frames in Emacs because it tells me how to create a new frame. Well, not frames, windows. It never told me how to do that. I can create new windows below, new windows on the right. Cool. Now I have the same behavior. Cool. If I'm not mistaken. Same behavior. How to cycle between Windows and Emacs. I need to understand how it cycles them. You can use Control XO to cycle between windows. How intuitive. How did I not know that? All right, let me come up with a more complex layout. And cycle, 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 cycle. Okay. Okay, maybe I know how to do it. First off, I need a way to differentiate between the current view and the others. So if node is equal to current, I'll have the pointer. This whole thing I'm writing inside of the same text file, even though I created an entire system for this, the tree layout system here. But whatever, the current layout node is equal to this one, then I am just going to give it a label at the bottom. Which ironically means it's gonna have a vertical stack. Okay, current. That didn't work. That didn't work. That didn't work. What just broke? Oh, wait, I know what broke. Okay. It's just me being silly here. Okay, there it is. All right. A little weird, but at least it allows me to see the actual outline of the thing. Okay, so to iterate the current node, we're going to begin at the current node. That's where we're currently at. If the current node has a next node, actually, let me make a tree layout node find next. If it has a next node, it is going to check. Well, no. First, it is going to need to check its children. If the first child type is content, then we found our next node. Otherwise, we are going to run this function. Inside of it. If it exists. Well, I already checked if it exists. And that may be the result. If res, return res. Otherwise, we will fall back to do the same thing we just did with that, but instead of checking the child, we're going to check the next node over. And if we get to the end, we didn't find the next node. So next node is enough to say current layout node equal to find next on the current layout node. And then if no current layout node, then find next on the root. And if we still don't have a layout node, then I don't think that can happen. Wait, I don't have a way to trigger this. Let's say tab. If I press tab, not T, I'm going to do next node. Okay, so I'm going to create a bunch of nodes. And then tab, 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 tab. That's not right. It always goes between the same two. But at least it switches. That's something. I should really be control tab. But I haven't included modifiers yet, so. For now, it's just tab. Okay, next node. We're in the current node, and what's going to happen? Does it have any children? No, by definition, it will not have any children. So, does it have a next node? Yes. In which case, is it content? Yes. So, that's it. We found our node. And that gets set to the current layout node. Ah, okay, I see my problem. I'm returning 0 here. when what I should be doing is find next on the root, on the parent. But I don't think that's gonna be super correct. Yeah, it's gonna crash eventually. Next, crashes. Yeah. Oh my god, what is the logic for this? Let me think of it in terms of like actual nodes, right? Let's say that I have a layout that looks like this, where all the circles are leaf nodes. I'm currently in this one, and I want to move over to the next one, which just so happens actually that the layout of the tree is like this. All right, so I'm here. I want to go to the next one. Boom, I found the next one. Now, if there is no next one, I'm supposed to go to its parent and check its next one. That's logic. Find next node parent. If node parent. And return that. Right? So it will go here. It will try to find the next in the parent, but the parent will be check its children first. So it's going to end up in an infinite loop. So I need to make hold on. I'm here. I go to the, well, first off, do I have any children? No. So I check the next one. Okay, after I'm here. Any children? No. Go to the next one. There is no next one. Go to the parent. Immediately, the thing that's going to happen is it's going to check the parent's children. And it doesn't have any children. So it should ignore its children and move on to checking the next one. So in this situation, we're going to need to tell it to ignore children. Or actually, true. Because we came from checking the children, none of the children matched. Yeah, we gotta ignore the children. Sometimes. They gotta be lucky that we're not killing them, like Unix likes to do. And no, you don't ignore children. And you, I think, go back to the original logic of setting it to root. Well, to calling this on root. Okay, when we're in checking the children, we don't ignore them. No, so false. False means don't ignore the children. And when we're going to the next one, they can check their children. It's just a matter of preventing recursion. Boom. Amazing. Amazing. I'm setting this one back to fit. I'm never making it out of this loop though. Ah. Why am I never making it out of this loop? They're all the same buffer, by the way. That's why they all say hello world. This works, but then this works as well. How did I break it? Okay, there we go. This is what the layout looks like right now. Shit, why is there so much stuff? Oh no, there isn't so much stuff. It's a vertical layout with horizontal, horizontal, vertical, horizontal. Okay, so our current buffer is this one. Luckily there's an ad on Twitch, because, well, not luckily, but like, not super interesting stuff happening here. We are at horizontal, horizontal, vertical. Okay, we're at this buffer. There's no next buffer after that. It's going to check its parent. No next buffer after that. It's going to check its parent. No next buffer after that. But then it's not checking its parent, because it should have gotten to this one. By the way, I want to copy this layout, so at least I know one that works. Terminals are genuinely as unpleasant as Emacs, by the way. We're in this one. We're in this one here. All right, so we're going to find next. Does it have children? No, so this whole thing is ignored. Does it have a next one? No. Does it have a parent? Yes, so it's going to check the parent, and the parent is going to ignore children, so ignore that. Does it have a next one? No. Does it have a parent? Yes. Again, ignore children. So, does it have a next one? Yes. But it doesn't get to it. No, it's vertical stack first. Then I can easily do horizontal, horizontal switch, vertical, crash. Having a hard time recreating it again. Vertical, horizontal, horizontal, switch to this one, vertical, switch to the can't. Okay. Okay, so here I want to read what you're doing. Well, we're getting to this point, which I think is the root of what's happening here. That is the main issue. Horizontal, horizontal. No, it's supposed to be vertical, horizontal, horizontal, switch, vertical, vertical. Now I'm stuck between these. All right. Yeah, I got to the point somehow where I reached the end. There's no next node, no parent. How do I debug this properly? So it defaults to go into the root, and the root always puts me at the beginning. Okay, here we go. I'm currently at this buffer. Okay. It says ignore children or no children. And no next. That's correct. But then, once again, ignore children or no children. And then no next. I don't understand how this layout has no child here. All right. Ignore children or no children. Or this one. Yeah, it doesn't have any children, so we're good. Goes to its parent, which is this one over here. Ignore children or no children. Ignore children. It's not supposed to look at its children. It's supposed to ignore them. And it doesn't have a next node, but it does have a parent. I think I'm gonna need to add some like proper prints to what node is which. And then also here. All right. So that's what I have right now. And then close this thing. Tab. Okay. We start with the current node, which is BAF2F80. Yeah, the last node in the list, this one. Okay, it's supposed to ignore its children or has no children. It has no children. So it goes to its parent. Okay. The parent is this one with F15. And ignore children or no children. It also has no children, that's correct. But it has a parent. Unless that parent hasn't been set. That's the easy solution here. That the parent hasn't been set. Oh my god. Which is probably when you replace. When I do a replace here. I literally just forgot a pointer. Ah, isn't that great? I made this convenience. Parent pointer, which is convenient, I'll tell you that much. But I forgot to fill it in the 3 times that I needed to fill it in, and it led to bugs 2 times, because 1 time I fixed it at the same time. But it would have led to bugs 3 times with absolutely no issue there. All right. So this very basic layout system. All right, we got that. And I'm able to iterate through them. Although, yo, what's up, Jester? It is going to be kind of a problem for selecting one with the mouse, which, to be fair, does Emacs even do that? Yes, it does. Okay, good for you, Emacs. It is going to be kind of a problem because, again, this whole tree system and the one that the UI system uses are different. This is just meant to make the UI system kind of able to be patched at runtime. There's no communication between the two almost, which means when a node is clicked, how do I know that that's the node that I need to click? Although, to be fair, that can all be fixed by just every time you create a node, just giving them an ID. Then I'll be able to at least point to it by the ID that it uses. But I'm not necessarily building that right now. Well, maybe. Hold on. Because I kind of don't remember how to do that. Yeah, so I'm not gonna do that right now. Instead, I guess final thing is each of these buffers, every time I create them, I'm going to create a new buffer to fill in based again on these IDs. All right, so here I'm gonna use a stack. Well, do I want to use a stack? Maybe I just want to use a context. Okay, so in this tree alloc, I'm just going to directly pass in the type. Node type equal to type. And if the type is content, then I'm going to create a context for it. Which is going to be one of these. which contains the buffer of the actual text and text field information. So buffer context, I'm gonna call it. Lots of boilerplate to be done here. All right. No, hold on. Let me copy this real quick, and then about this context. We're going to give it a buffer of data to write into. We're going to write directly into it. Just a little placeholder. And then we're going to create a text info that points to its buffer. And finally, here, when I'm actually getting the information to render, I'm going to pass in the buff context as the node's context, and then go buff context dfinf. So it's going to look the same, but they should be, every time I press space, I'm adding new stuff. But they are different buffers. Just a little silly that I forgot. Okay, instead of space and enter, then I want to use other keys. Just unlock. You know what? Page up and page down. Because fuck Microsoft. Alright. Literally no idea what I even did. I just pressed the keys a bunch. Okay. That's working. I don't have a way to close buffers yet. And also these are not gonna remain like that. It's just what I have right now since I don't have modifiers and I haven't decided what I want these keystrokes to be. But anyway, that is more than enough for today because I am genuinely dying and having a really hard time concentrating. So I'm gonna leave it here. Tomorrow's stream starts in 24 hours, so hopefully it's not gonna be as hot. And I'm going to continue working on this and a little bit on like Lisp. You good? Lisp evaluations, the eval function. of Lisp. I genuinely cannot speak. All right, so thank you so much, everybody. I'll see you then.